everybody. We are here for day 3 of this 3-day wildlife painting workshop, Birds and Botanicals. I'm excited, right? This is always kind of bittersweet, this moment. Glad you made it. Very glad you're here. It's always a little bittersweet when we have our last day. And it's kind of neat because I've been talking to everybody, and I know Jerry she says, we look so forward to this day, and it's kind of like, it's over. But it's not over yet. We still have 2 pieces that we have to complete. We've got to finish the Indigo Bunting with the tiger lilies and the goldfinch with the thistle. And so we will be able to wrap them up. It shouldn't be a problem. In past workshops, I have really had to push people toward at the end to really knock the pieces out. And this particular workshop, I haven't. I really haven't felt the need to really crack that whip. So everybody is really right on target for where we should be. So this is exciting. Know that if you haven't been able to attend this particular workshop in person, then we will be having another workshop in April. And I've been talking to a lot of the artists that are here today with me about what kind of subjects they'd like to see in a workshop. We're talking about landscapes, we're talking about pastoral type scenes with cattle and sheep. We're talking about water. I know some want to do koi. So we've got a lot of fun ideas, and it's going to be fun. So we will be getting that information out to you as soon as possible. And we are also partnering with Kingsport City. So that means the tickets will be available on their Eventbrite site. So that's kind of a neat thing too. That makes it easier for you guys instead of saving your spot and trying to get checks to me. This will be a better, easier way for you guys to be able to engage in these workshops and get your tickets. I always welcome people to ask questions. If you're here on the live stream, thanks for joining me. You can watch this video later and even comment to that as well. So yeah, we're gonna get started here in just a minute. I know that I saw that Rack Cross is joining us on the live stream. Thank you for coming by. For those who don't know Rack, he is also an artist here in Kingsport, Tennessee. I understand you're getting ready to have a studio someplace. I just saw that come up on my Facebook. So yeah, let us know what you're doing so we can talk about it. I always want to support other artists and get that word out. So thanks for joining us. And yeah, I think we're getting ready to get started here. Everybody's kind of settling in, getting their spots, and kind of, some came a little early just to work on their pieces. I think the pressure of thinking you gotta finish it today kind of hits people, and they kind of go a little nuts. But you know what? We're sliding into home right now, and it's going to be a piece of cake. So we're going to get started. All right, so did everybody have a good morning? Good night, sleep well, eat well, all that good stuff? And everybody's getting started, getting their stuff out. Did you bring some more paints?
No, somebody just handed me a letter.
Oh, Joanne did. Jerry did. Jerry, thank you.
And Jerry's letting me her lake.
Oh, see, now that's another wonderful thing about these workshops, y'all. Everybody helps everybody, and it makes me really happy. I love to see how everybody just kind of shares. And, oh, I forgot my tube of paint. Oh, no problem, I got one for you. That's always such a nice thing. So, but we are getting ready. I'm going to let everybody kind of settled in, get their palettes ready. We are going to start with the Indigo Bunting. That's where we left off, and we should be able to knock this puppy out, no problemo. So go ahead and get it together. Oh, I want to tell you something too. So Abby brought her print that she had off my website. And so I want to show everybody how awesome this is. The quality of the prints I'm really pleased with. If you go to my website at sbjfineart.com and you see a painting on there, just go through the paintings and you find a painting. Oftentimes, more than not, there's always an option for prints. You hit that print, option for prints. Then you get to see what sizes you can get, and you can even mat and frame them on the page, and you'll even see what it looks like before you get it. So you get to be a part of the artistic process in how you want your matting and framing to go on your particular art piece. So Abby likes the koi painting that I did. The original painting actually is a 30 by 40. It's a big one, and it's currently available at Twigs and Leaves Gallery in Waynesville, North Carolina. But she was able to get the print, and the frame, the quality of the frame is really beautiful, actually. It's, you know, I'm kind of a stickler. I'm looking at the joints to make sure the joints are matching. Even the hanging on the, you know, the hanger and how it's all mounted, it's beautiful. So yeah, check out my website at sbjfineart.com and look at the prints. There's all kinds of prints available, so check it out. And Abby, thank you for bringing this in. I don't really get to see often the prints that are sold, what the quality is. And I had somebody who bought one of the giclées of the steam engine, the big Belgian horse. And I told him if they bring it in, I would be glad to sign it for him. And I signed the thing. And I'll be glad to, if you want me to sign the back of this or anything, I'll do that for you too. But this is the first frame that I saw in person. So this is good. I'm pleased.
I have to comment too that it's beautiful how the translucence, I've seen that piece in person.
Right.
And it has a beautiful translucence to it that really looks like depth of water.
Thank you.
And it does come across very well in a print, which is something you lose a lot of times even in lithographs.
And it looks like she had the non-glare, you went with the non-glare glass. So they have a lot of really neat options on my website to have this. So check it out, sbjfineart.com, and check out my prints. So you can also buy the originals too, by the way, just saying. But if you can't, you can get the prints. So yeah, I'm excited about that. Yeah, that is I think one of the subjects that a lot of folks are kind of bringing up to me in wanting to paint, and that is koi and water. And the inspiration for that piece came from the Biltmore estate when they had the Chihuly exhibit. And my daughter and I went to go see the Chihuly exhibit. And of course, yes, I'm looking at all this beautiful sculpture out in the, you know, all this glass and all this color and all this amazing stuff. But of course, I zoom in on the koi. Whoop. To me, that's as much a work of art as blown glass. But yeah, that's where the inspiration for that piece came. And I took lots of photos of fish and the lilies and the water. So that's really something I'm thinking about doing for our next workshop. So stay tuned. Let's see, what else can we say? Anything else? Everybody had a good night? We're getting some paint out here. We're getting ready to knock out these pieces. Are y'all psyched? You ready to get this done? Don't forget today too, we will also be having a drawing for the two pieces that I'm working on. I always give away my demos at the end of my workshop, and 2 lucky people get to go home with an original piece. So besides their own original piece, they will have their own amazing work, but they get to take mine home too. So we will be doing that. So we also need to get all our group pictures and all this fun stuff. There's got to be lots of picture taking. So no, that's going to happen as well. Okay, let's see. Back to this. Back to reality. Let us jump on here. Now you're excited. She's like, I have real paint. Okay, I gotta find our Indigo Bunting.
That's been very beneficial for me in this workshop to see in person the differences in paints.
Oh, yes.
It's often dictated to me what I do, what I have to use.
Right.
And here it's been side by side.
Comparison of quality paint versus not so quality.
No.
I never want to mention the brands that I consider not quality because I don't want to upset anybody who might be watching. But I think it's safe to say box store brand paint that is from the store brand paint is never good.
Right.
Never good.
Right.
Or at least my experience has been, I've never found any that was good.
Right.
You're always better off going with the tried and true. Winsor Newton is one of my favorites. Michael Harding, one of my favorites. Gamblin is up there too. Grumbacher. If you're going for the good paint, get the good paint.
Yeah.
Okay. I am zooming in on my little bird. And of course, I always see problems that I have with my work. You know, the second day, third day, I'm looking at it going, oh, what was I thinking? But I think we're okay. I'm feeling pretty good. Is most everybody looking at their piece today going, this looks like way better than I thought?
Yeah.
Good. Good. That makes me happy too. Okay. And I had glasses. Here they are. Now, does the same paints that we put out last time, do you remember what we're using for the bird? I'm jumping on the bird. So that means I'm not even worrying about my flowers right now because I'm pretty, you know, I'll probably go back and put all the detail in, but I'm putting down a little bit more ultramarine blue. Go ahead and put your phthalo blue so you can mix some white into it and make kind of that turquoisey color. If you have any really good intense turquoisey colors, put down some, you'll also need to have dioxazine purple. And let's see, I'm looking, there we go. I'm actually going to put a little bit of my pale violet out. The pale violet is very close to like the King's blue, except it's a little bit purple, a little bit purpley, just as the name would imply. So I'm putting a little King's blue down too. Sorry, Matt, I keep doing that to you. Since I basically have a pretty good base down for this bird, I think you're all going to find that a lot of this painting is going to become easier as you're stacking paint. Now that you got something for it to grip onto, it shouldn't be as much of a problem. So I'm looking at my bird, and I'm going to go in and hit some of the darker places again. Like there's a place like here around the nape of the neck where you've got this dark feathering on the back of the neck. And I am taking, and Anne, because I know you're my Prussian blue girl, here's where you get to use a little Prussian blue, because I know you're not a big black fan, but I'm using Prussian blue, and I'm actually mixing a little tiny bit of black. If you don't have Prussian blue, use, if you don't have Prussian blue in your box of tricks, use either the phthalo blue mixed with the ivory black.
Who needs Prussian? It's out coming around.
You know what? I am going to roll up my sleeve because I do not want to get paint on my shirt.
Wait 4 minutes, it'll be a hot mess.
Be a hot mess. I like that. I like the word hot mess. That's a good word. We're going to roll the sleeves up. This is when you know we're getting serious. Start rolling those sleeves up. Because I usually will end up with paint all over myself.
Anyone else? I'm glad I'm not the only one.
What? You feel, you're like, what is, you're not what?
I'm covered in paint all the time.
Oh.
I love that. It's like she's sharing a good wine. It's Prussian blue.
I know, the Prussian blue. She's our hostess with the Prussian blue today. Prussian blue is a fun color. Either people love it or hate it. There's not a lot in between. I promise you, if you have nice, clean, beautiful, pristine brushes, it won't stay that way if you're using Prussian blue. It's a lot like your phthalos. It'll stain your brushes. Even though the paint's not coming out anymore, you will forever have Prussian blue brushes. That's why it's nice when you have black hair. Okay, so I'm going in with this dark color, and I'm going in at the nape of the neck here. And I'm looking any place else that it looks like it needs a little punch of dark. You know me, dark values, dark values, dark values. And Jenny wants me to get merch. I know she's been one of the people who said, you need to get some merch. And And one of the things is like a t-shirt that just says dark values, dark values.
Yeah.
And she was wanting, what was it you were saying?
The bracelet.
Little bracelets, because Jenny has a really unique way of painting in that she makes a little tiny palette, usually a paper towel, but she wants to stick it in her wristband, hence why she wants the little bracelets, so that she can just paint like this off of her wrist. I think it's brilliant, actually. So yeah, at some point, folks, there probably will be merch. We'll see. I've had other people asking for it. Oh, let's see, and I'm just kind of looking around, and it looks like I already have some dark values in the areas that I thought I needed some. Oh, here's some. I need to put some down here in his lower abdomen area. I'm using a little bit of oil because guess what? It's a little dry, even from the other day. But don't worry about the feet. That's going to be some of the last stuff we do. Little bird feet. Oh, feet. Feet are weird. Just know that. Just know that, people. You could be like me and have like problems with it. Problems. Okay. I'm looking, I'm washing my brush. I'm getting this dark color off my brush. Now, this is where I wish I had Yinmin blue, but I don't. But we're gonna make a neat color here. I'm taking the I'm taking a little bit of ultramarine blue and mixing a little bit of the pale violet. But if you don't have pale violet, just take King's Blue and mix a little bit of your purple in it. Just a little bit of your dioxazine purple. And I'm just gonna kind of pop this in here.
Which blue?
King's Blue
King's blue, okay.
Or the violet.
and ultramarine blue.
Or the violet.
Yes, I have the violet.
Yeah,
Wow.
That's go under the beak.
Yeah, I'm going in and I'm just kind of looking where I know I have to stack some color. And I'm going, because it's darker under here, but I'm still struggling with the actual right color. Know too, folks, if you're here and you want to tune in on the live stream, you're gonna see a lot more of the up close and personal stuff you'll be able to see it a little tighter. We know that for the next workshop, we're gonna have more monitors, so that's gonna be able to be seen more easily. Okay. Now, let's see. I'm taking a little bit of the phthalo blue and white mixture that I get from Michael Harding, but for those who don't have that color, if you take that color, take phthalo blue, add titanium white, then I'm taking a little bit of that mixture and adding ultramarine blue again.
Wow, great looking Indigo bunting right here. I'll look here and see.
That's right. Now, Rack is a bird enthusiast. He is a birder. Thank you, Rack. I appreciate that, especially from a birder. I know you get it.
Phthalo blue, indigo,
Phthalo blue and ultramarine blue.
and zinc white.
If you want to use zinc white, you can, but that's going to be transparent. So you can use the titanium if you have it, but I think you have the color, right?
No, I
Okay.
haven't mixed it.
Okay.
I have zinc white or titanium.
Okay.
So where are we putting the ultramarine and the violet?
I'm looking at the head, and I put the ultramarine and violet, I put kind of closer to the beak, and then towards the nape of the neck, I put the
Prussian?
no, the phthalo blue and white mixture mixed with ultramarine blue. I want you guys to look at it. Now, you're going to be able to see a lot of these colors too. As long as you're getting, I've just made his eye way too small. I've got to fix that. I'm still doing corrections too, by the way. I just made his eye like super small. So I'm going to make his eye a little bit bigger. And let's move that in here. That's better. The top of his head, the very, very pole or top of his head, has kind of a pinky purple look to it, doesn't it? If you really look at the photo reference. I'm looking at it on my iPad, and it's got this beautiful, you might even say pale violet look about it. I'm going to put first a little bit of dioxazine purple, so it's a little bit more intense, and then put the pale violet on top. And I'm using a little bit of titanium white in with the dioxazine purple. And I want to fill his head out. So I'm making corrections too, folks, as I move through this. So if I'm having to lift his head up a little bit, that's kind of what I'm doing. Now it's funny, I'm looking at that, but it even has like a pinky look to it. You can add a little bit of your cool, if you have the magenta, just like the same colors that should be on your palette from yesterday for the thistle. I'm actually taking some of it because I didn't clean my palette off, y'all. I'm using the same thing I had yesterday. And I'm putting a little bit of that magenta top of his head. And unfortunately, because I raised his little head up, I'm getting into the orange and I don't want it to blend. I'm trying to not have that happen, but it's kind of happening anyway. There we go. It's just a little bit. Now, do you have cobalt blue? And mix it with cobalt blue and a little bit of King's blue. I don't want to lose the brilliance of my blues, and that's why I'm afraid I am. It's not coming across the way I want it to.
How can we keep up with all these blues going on?
I know. And see, I have all my blues gathered in one little section of my easel here, or my palette. And funny thing is, I'm trying to keep mine, know where everything is too. I'm struggling with it. So I had already eliminated some of my dark values so I'm going back in with my phthalo blue, or if you don't have Prussian blue, my Prussian blue mixture that has a little bit of black in it. I'm going back in on the top, putting some of the dark values in here.
With the use of Prussian blue, I'm finding it's a little bit dry and cakey. Is that just my palette drying out, or is that typical of?
Just use some of your oil. It's not necessarily a pigment thing. It tends to be, this is a color that tends to be kind of inky. It's described as being an inky color. It's just that it just happens to be. Yeah, come on, you can always jump in and look.
It does look quite blue ink.
Yeah.
It's very, very inky. But it's a kind of a cool color. I mean, I do like it.
Suzanne, since the bird's head is so small, can you kind of call out what area of the head you're working on?
Sure. I'm moving around the head, so I'm just going to tell you where I'm popping it in. I had taken out some of my dark values, and I'm putting some of them back in. I'm underneath the throat patch, or the throat area.
Okay, that helps.
And I am popping in some more of these darker values because I know I'm going to layer it up. I just switched colors back to my ultramarine blue. And I'm going down the front of his chest. I can see all the light that has to come in here. Lots of light colors that have to be playing in here.
Thank you, that's really helpful.
Okay,
So
good.
all this blue going on.
Right. And so I'm going to go from the bottom of his lower mandible through his neck area and the front of his chest. You can see there's a very light value there. And it looks like if I took pale violet and white, it would probably be a good start for that color. So I'm kind of just going in here. This is where it's hard for me. This is where I would wish that I had either could lean on my picture. I don't, and this is not the best kind of easel to use for like if you need a maul stick. So remember, look carefully at that, how those feathers on the front of his chest are kind of furled out. He's singing, so his throat is moving, everything's moving, so those feathers are kind of popping out. So I'm taking a little titanium white and just hitting each top of a feather. Remember, these are individual feathers, right? Here's where I'll go a little bit nuts with detail. And understanding how the feathers are layered in does help. But you don't have to be an ornithologist to figure it out. You can just be really observant and look at your picture, your photo reference. Your photo reference even over my painting, because like I said, my paintings aren't always exactly correct. So I try to be, but now I'm going back into his bill. I just put a little bit of that same light color that I just put in the front of his throat and now on his lower bill, but now I'm going to go ahead and emphasize the white. That's good enough. That'll work. Now, he's singing, and his little throat is just right there. So I'm looking at the inside of his mouth, and I'm going to put some of the lighter values. I had the dark value that I put in there of basically it's like a magenta. Might as well be the magenta. And I'm going to go back in. This is where I want to touch it so bad, because it helps to steady my hand. There we go. There we go. That little bird mouth. Does anybody else talk to their paintings when they're working? Just checking. Asking for a friend. Yeah. And I do that. Now, funny thing about the bill. Both ends of the bill, if the angles are correct, they should be basically the same length. My upper mandible is a little short, so I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. Yeah. We're talking just like an inch. I mean, a fraction of a milliliter. Millimeter? There we go. Come on, Sue, get it. but it would make the difference in the world for this bird if I gave him all the bill he deserves. There we go. So remember, you're looking down into his mouth. So you're going to have the upper mandible, or the upper part of the bill is going to kind of loop around that little throat thing if you're really looking at your picture. And this is me being me, meaning I don't want you to not give him his whole bill. Because Ann knows. Right, Ann?
I know,
You gotta have the bills right.
yeah. Big trouble.
You're doing good, honey. You're getting this. You know your bills. Your bill was, which one? Was it this one or was it the goldfinch? I was like, huh?
It was the other one.
Okay, I was like, your goldfinch bill was like dead on.
It's not this one.
And that is one of those things that I'm kind of, all right, I've got to take a little section of that off.
This one's challenged.
I love that it's challenged.
Come on. And I've got this wrong, I think. No, it's not all the way wrong. It's only a little bit wrong. But if it's a little bit wrong, it's all the way wrong, right? So I'm actually trying to finesse my bill back into place. My bill is not exactly right. So it should come through here. And then it comes to cross. There we go. And I'm putting a little bit of blue. Actually, it's kind of an interesting color. It's sort of a bluey gray. I'm just gonna make kind of a bluey gray. And you know, one of my favorite blue grays to make is the ultramarine blue and burnt sienna. Is one of my favorite ways to make a gray. But this is kind of an interesting color. And what I'm looking at is the color that is, if you look at the lower mandible, it's the how it kind of eases up into that white. And I'm blending it in with the white that I already have down. So it's mixing nicely. Okay, we're gonna leave that for now. If I need to go back to it, I will. All right, so if you already have darker values down on your bird's head, now is when you have to start using your more opaque, brilliant colors. And a good way to do that is use titanium white in your, that's gonna make it more opaque. You take a color like ultramarine blue, which is opaque. If you have cobalt, cobalt is opaque already. So you can go in with some cobalt and really get a nice color. And I'm not quite getting it here. Keep thinking I have enough and I don't. Did somebody have some cobalt that I can have? Because I don't have cobalt. Thank you, Joanne.
It's right in the blue.
Okay, is that it here? Cobalt blue. Yes, thank you. So everybody knows, right? If you have a tube of paint, like especially, well, let me see here, vehicle. You can always look at your tubes and see if it's what its opacity is. So I'm taking cobalt blue and mixing some titanium white. Yeah, there we go. I'm just hitting this bird's head. I always like to hear the sounds that I hear in here.
Sorry, that was me.
Are you okay? Is everybody doing all right?
We're on a Saturday working at the moment.
I'm sorry?
We're on a Saturday working at the moment.
I'm still working on the head. I'm just working, I'm gonna go here in this cheek pouch area, the little cheeky area. The thing is, I'm having trouble getting exactly the color. And this is where like I said, I wish I had some Yinmin. So I'm using the cobalt mixture and it's really not doing it. So I'm gonna start adding some other colors in here. Which sounds ridiculous because I've been adding color the whole time, but it's not showing out the way I want it to. So we're gonna start using, we're gonna get nuts here. Watch out, I'm getting nuts. I'm putting a lot more titanium white into my phthalo blue mixture. And because I'm playing kind of a warmer blue off of let's do that. So that's stacking nicely, folks. Can you see? So under the little cheek pouch area or cheeky area. And I'm just going to hit a little bit of this color right in the, and leave the dark spaces. You gotta leave the dark in there. Shoot. I'm telling you to leave the dark and I've just covered it up with. Trust me, folks, I struggle too. And I will welcome anybody to come up and take a look. I'm going up right over the shoulder area. There is a lighter color through here. And I am going in with the light version of my phthalo blue and titanium. Well, I mix titanium white, but my tube is Michael Harding's phthalo blue and zinc white, but I'm adding even more white in the form of titanium white because I need the opacity.
Marty wants that looks good too.
Oh, okay. Hey, Marty. Thank you. Okay, so you're starting to kind of gradually get that buildup where you're starting to see the form on the bird's head. Please feel free to walk around and you can come up and take a look. I'm going lighter on the top of the head still. And I'm using a little bit of the pale violet and titanium white. I need it to be light, really light actually. And it does almost have a pinky cast. And I'm going back in with cobalt blue and titanium white. So you see that this bird, right, it's all over the place with color. Like you just say, okay, here's this indigo bunting. It's a pretty blue bird, right? But when you start really breaking it down and all the different blues that's here, it's like nuts.
And the different feather directions that you don't notice until you're trying to emulate them.
Right.
It's amazing.
Yep. And you really start to see it. All right. This is going to get hard for me, so I'm probably not going to talk for a second. But what I'm getting ready to do, believe it or not, when I start doing little details like this, I don't even breathe. So I'll have to talk first. I'm getting ready to go and make the little bit of there's kind of like a little circle around the eye. And it's little eyelids, believe it or not, birds even have little tiny eyelashes, okay? We're not painting eyelashes, don't worry. But I'm going in with my very small, it's a rosemary pointed round red dot. And I'm going to go in there and do the little circle around the eye. So I won't be talking, I won't be breathing. And I can, if you have your iPad, you can zoom in a little bit and see what we're doing. And I'm not going to go with a very bright color, so don't use white. I'm actually taking that bluish, that gray that I had made, that purpley gray, or it's more of a bluish gray, I guess. And I'm just trying to get enough on my brush. And a lot of times I will just twist my brush into the paint a little bit. Now I will have to, I'm gonna move my stuff. Coming up here, I need to just lean on something. We're not gonna lean on that. It's like I got no place to go. I went a little too big, but it's okay. So if I got it too much, clean it off, wipe it off, go back in with my dark value up next to it. In this case, I'm using, you can use your Prussian blue, you can use dioxazine blue, whatever you want to use. You can even use black. I'm cleaning up my little edge here. And I'm going in with a little bit of dark underneath the area that I just made. And you can come over, hopefully if you can see this, I don't know, Matt, if you're able to zoom in on this.
I did.
Okay, good. Yeah, sometimes and then if I'm silent, it's because I can't talk when I can't breathe even, because I can't move my arm. And this should be the only place that I can't do this. Because you know me, I like to talk. All right, I'm happy with it. It's a little bit, let me fix. I say I'm happy with it, but I'm really not. I've got to go back in and fix it. There's just a little bit of a, okay, that's gonna do. Now I'm gonna put the shine on that bird's eye. Remember, shine, when you guys are drawing, if you're drawing, painting, whatever, and you don't have me breathing down your neck, remember that the shine, everybody likes to put little white dots in their dog's eyes when they're doing the dog portrait or a cat portrait or whatever. They're putting these white spots in there. Remember that the shine in the eye is reflective light. Now sometimes there might be a white spot, but really study it, because oftentimes it's not white. It's usually, if it's an animal that's outside, it's reflective light. It may be a light green if there's a lot of green around, or a teal or a turquoise from the sky. There's always a color in it. So I almost never go white. I use King's Blue a lot. And in this case, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I have King's Blue on my brush. Remember, the eyeball is round. So the shine is almost always somewhat curved. Okay, now I may have gotten it a little big, no problem. Clean my brush off, pick up some of my black again, and go right underneath that spot. Is that Lisa dinging in? I thought maybe it might be. Now I'm going to go on the top of the bill with that same purpley gray color that I mixed earlier and I'm going to make that bill just a little bit wider at the very top of that mandible. Okay. Now I'm going to go in with a little bit lighter. Again, a lot of times the load of my brush may only be right at the very, very tip, if you can really see that. I don't know if you can you see that, Matt? And that little tiny bit of, that's when I say let the goops do the work, that's what I'm referring to, just those little, like a dollop. That will do it. This is when you want to touch your painting. There. Ta-da! Bill is in. Now I have this a little bit, you know, I won't leave this bill alone until it's exactly right. There is an angle that comes here, goes up. Because we're looking down inside this bird's throat, basically. So some of this is coming back down. There. Which means I've got to bring a little bit of the dark value that's on his face, on the inside part of his bill, in. How's everybody doing? Now, what you can't see, the bird has little nares or nostrils right here at the very, you know, of course the bird's got to have nostrils. The guy's got to breathe. Going in with a little bit more straight ultramarine blue right on the edge here. And it's really hard to see the brilliance of that. I'm looking at my other picture, and I think this one's gonna, I think this bird is gonna be a better, more accurate bird. I'm taking a little bit of titanium white and King's blue and straightening this part of his head out. There. Okay. I'm going to take a little bit more of the cobalt blue titanium white mixture, and I'm actually going to have several different values of that. If you mix up 3 values of it, at least, that would serve you well. You can probably mix 3 values of almost every of the blues that we're using, especially if so if you need a lighter, you know, you can go ahead and put your medium one down, then you can put your lighter one on top if you need to, when you're stacking your color. So I just put that in the area around the eye. There's a lot of intensity of color, and it's really, really a hard one to get here. But I'm happy with it. It's going to be fine. I'm going to go now with, again, it's kind of like the phthalo blue up on the top of the head. I don't know, that's probably, there we go, right above the eye. And remember, I'm following the way that the feathers grow. Now I'm starting to move down through the chest, okay? And I have my picture blown out. So you can see how big I have my picture of the bird. And I'm using the titanium white phthalo blue mixture. It should almost look kind of turquoisey. If you want to experiment with a little bit more of the turquoise effect, you could get your, you can use your Caribbean turquoise and add a little bit of that to this. How's everybody doing? Okay.
My live feed has been frozen. I wonder if it's just my computer.
Matt, how is it doing?
A little bit of lag.
A little bit of lag.
It's not bad. Not as bad as yesterday, but still pretty bad.
Yeah, mine's
Got
not
to get
good
a lot
at
more
all.
connection in here.
Now, if you really blow it out, you're going to see that there's lots of violets and other colors in here. And if you want to go nuts, you can go ahead and put those in. I may not put all of it in. We'll see. I always say that, but then I go back in and do it. So I'm going over the front of the wing area where it's just kind of some of the chest feathers are coming over the top of his wing. And I went very light. Now I'm switching back to my ultramarine blue with a little titanium white in it. And popping that in right in this area. So I'm blending it in a little bit to the, using a very light hand, y'all. You gotta, you know, if you haven't mastered that yet, that's always a good thing to work on, is how to have a lighter hand.
What area are you talking about?
Right on the front of the chest and right over the wing area. So it's kind of it's some of the chest feathers that are overlapping the wing. So I'm starting to go onto the wing now, the very shoulder of the wing. And I see all kinds of color here. I'm going to, said I was going to use ultramarine, but I think I'm switching over to more of a neutral, and I'm going with the cobalt blue and titanium white. I'm mixing it. I'm trying to get the right value that I want to use here. Okay. So I'm going to, even if I just have something to bounce off of, I'm following the shape of the wing, okay? How you doing?
Not good.
Okay, I'll come around here in just a minute. Because a lot of this is very subtle. And I'm going to put a little bit of ultramarine blue on top of that. Wow, that does, wasn't expecting that to happen, but I kind of like it. My goal is to finish this one before lunch, y'all. And then we'll use the rest of the day to do the other one. I'm going to put a little bit of black, ivory black, a little bit of blue, ultramarine blue. And I'm going to start to make these little, they look like little shells, but they're darker feathers, and they come down in a descending order.
And what is that mixture for that?
I'm using ivory black and a little bit of the ultramarine blue.
Okay.
I'm going to come around in just a minute, folks. And then that's right here. And then I'm taking a little bit of, I'm just making little spots of feathers. And I right below those little shells that I just did. And I'm going to stop for a second because I know I don't want to go too far ahead of myself here. Turn that off, save some battery. Let's see where we at. you doing? You're doing well. Try not to overblend.
Okay.
I know you want to, because that's intuitive, but leave, if you're gonna put the little, so you can get how it stacks up a little bit, leave the dark values underneath it so you can see the light ones sitting on top. Just try not to overblend, but your colors look good.
Thank you.
All right, girl. I'll come around, I'll get to you on the other side. I'll come on the other way. I'll come down this way first. Oh, look, you're getting a lot of the colors. Good job on that. You're getting a lot of the other colors. You're doing great. So far, everybody I've looked at is doing great with the colors. Just try not to overblend because it's not supposed to look completely smooth. You know, you're gonna lose the dimension if you overblend. So
That's good advice.
you want to leave the dark values as you're putting little feather tips on top, you know, the lighter color on top, then you have that sensation of feathers on top of feathers. So I would encourage anybody to go up and look at the piece up. Nice. Now you're doing a little bit better too in getting your, and be careful about using this one too. If you have your iPad or something, okay, or your phone. But you want to get the color. You're doing it like this, and that's fine. If you're going to follow that one, because at least I can see where you have your dark colors, your light colors, and you're not over blending. So good.
I am over.
You are over blending, but you know what? Your colors look good.
It looks like a bird.
It looks like a bird, and you're doing really well.
Yeah,
So,
which was my goal
so
for
when
this
you're,
session.
I know. So if you're not used to doing. So I'll show you, let's see here, where's your little brush here? So if you're gonna put the darker color on here, to make that stand out, you can always put the color on top like this, but you leave a little bit of the dark color underneath it, and that helps you get that on there.
Helps it pop a little.
These brushes are they're more like crafty brushes, so it's hard to, I think you have the idea. Let's see, this is titanium white. Like the good stuff.
Yeah.
Grabbing a little bit of that here.
Yeah, we'll be infinitely better next time with the appropriate materials.
Yeah, and you'll see, it gets easier. It really does get easier. So, and do you have, what, are you just dipping like this?
Yeah, I got a little.
Oh, okay. This is nice. All right. So it helps to have, like with your brush, if you're trying to get in and you've got it kind of softened up a little bit, this throat area, you could just go, you know, you'll have to, the bill kind of goes like, you have,
I have a Midwestern bluebird instead of a butterfly.
it does kind of look like a Western bluebird, but you know what? He's looking good.
He just gained a little weight.
He's
along
just
the way.
a little chunky monkey. Let me get over here. Oops, that was me doing it that time, Matt.
Go ahead and put it back in alignment.
I mean, how do I?
Just line it up with the pole.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Because the thing seems like it's, yeah, there we go. Is that better?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. I'm knocking it around. Yeah, yours is looking fluffy. Just try not to overblend, but you've got the idea. So you know to stack the color, right? So you know when you want to get in here and you want to do some of these little doop, 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 doops, you just make sure you have your lighter value on top, and you'll be able to get your feathers. But that looks good. You're doing it. Okay, it was looking good. Oh yeah, look at you over here. I think you're doing a good job. You're working on a different substrate, so it's going to be a little bit different. But
I've really learned a lot this time.
good. I am glad.
Okay.
And I'm glad that you're working off of this.
Yeah, I'm working.
Because this is the more accurate guy.
Okay.
And you can see how this gets turquoisey. and you're going there. You can go a little bit lighter.
Okay.
There's so much bouncing around on this bird that it's really, like you start looking at it and you go, oh my gosh, he's purple, then he's blue, then he's turquoise, and it's all subtle changes, and it's kind of like, oh wow, this is a lot. But you're getting it. It looks good. It looks good. Mm-hmm. Oh, Reese, your bird looks amazing. You're doing good because you're not over blending. And you can, and if you're using this, you're doing it like this, and it looks good. You can always go a lot lighter. Like in the actual reference, this part of his back is that almost that it's like this color, that turquoisey place all over the back of him. But you're looking good.
That's it. That.
Yeah, but use more white. You're good. You're good. You're good.
I'm lost.
Where are you lost? What part?
All the blues, the bees.
You're actually doing really well. If you're looking at this bird, you see that it's all over the place because he has purple, and then turns to cobalt, and then it turns to this. It bounces around, right? Do yourself a favor. Go in like that when you're looking. You've got this light value here. You've got a light value there. It's much darker here, more intensely blue, not necessarily black. It's dark here, but it's very intensely blue in here. And so you got to get that back in.
But I don't know which blue. I have so many blues going.
Okay. Well, I mean, it looks. If in doubt, use cobalt.
Okay.
If in doubt, use cobalt. That's your neutral blue. You can see that this is more of this type of blue, right, with white in it. So if in doubt, go cobalt. If you see that there's some areas where there's purple showing, you see how it just bounces around. This is a very intensely colorful bird. What makes the painting, I think, so intriguing is the fact that you're playing these cool colors. This would probably be more like ultramarine with white, but then you've got that phthalo blue and white, or almost like a turquoise through here. Right, but you're gonna have to add more white to it. So you're doing fine. I know it's a challenge, but you've got your dark values in the nape of the neck. You may need to put a little bit more, but overall, Anne, you're doing great.
How about the beak and the eyes?
Your beak is actually really good.
Really?
Yeah, the eye's gonna sit back a little bit more. The eye is almost like right in the middle, and yours is a little forward. But you'll want to move the eye back just a little bit.
So then move it to about
Yeah, that's exactly where.
there. Okay, and that beak looks okay?
It's
It's a mess.
You might put a little bit of light value up at the top here,
Okay.
and that will make it a little bit heavier on the top. He's aiming up, and yours is aiming out, but that's okay. That's probably how I had it painted, so that's why the transfer came out that way. That's what I'm saying. I'm looking at my reference, and I'm making all kinds of corrections. So your bill looks great. So when you need to zoom in, ask yourself, is this a cool blue? Is this a warm blue? There's a lot of cobalt through here.
Okay.
There's a little bit of ultramarine in here. Very phthalo-y blue through here, the phthalo blue and white. And basically those are the colors I'm mixing around. So I can see that this is a cooler blue compared to that blue.
Mm-hmm.
So you use a little bit of, if in doubt, use cobalt, and then if you think it needs to cool down a little bit or have a little bit more of a purpley cast, use your ultramarine blue.
Okay.
As you're moving down through the bird, I see a lot of straight on phthalo. I see a pale ultramarine blue and white, maybe even using some of the the pale violet. Then down here it's all intensely phthalo blue.
Green. Okay.
Yes, it's more phthalo. So you see how it does a lot of transitioning. So you're doing great. I mean, you're on track. I honestly feel like I don't have to do a lot of corrections because everybody's doing great. I know it's a challenge because there's so much different colors in this bird. Interesting, I'm looking at the monitor or my iPad here, and the iPad makes my bird look like it's turquoise. So if you're looking on the, believe me, it's an Indigo Bunting. So anyway, where did I leave my drink?
Right here.
I was getting around and I was like, where is my drink? My Bente green tea, unsweetened green tea with a shot of peppermint syrup.
I'll say that by myself.
Yeah, really?
Now as I'm so focused on the bird, I'm looking at the time. I want to finish this bird and do the stamens and flowers, okay? So no pressure there, but I'm just saying, okay?
We're just getting to know the bird.
Okay. Well, you're gonna get to know it even better and faster. Okay. I am getting a napkin, a towel here. Ugh. This is why I end up with paint all over me, because my towels have paint all over them. Okay, so I left off on this area of the wing. And I am going to do some more of the phthalo blue and white with a little bit of ultramarine mixed in for fun. Is that it?
You said you're on the wing now?
Yeah, I'm working on the wing. And I'm making these other feathers that kind of, and again, I'm just going to swoop around, and I may be adding some more black into this. So if you understand that what you're looking at here is what are called secondary flight feathers.
Are those going down his back?
Yes. His primary feathers are the ones that you see in this area of the painting, of the bird, I'm sorry, that have all those like stripes in it.
On his wings?
Yes, on his wings. So I'm just kind of fuzzing out a little bit of that, these little, you got primary and secondary wing feathers. And all this is going to be neatened and tightened up here in a few. But for now, I'm bringing this part of this dark value up because I missed it. So I have this dark here. I'm going to take a little bit of ivory black on the tip of my brush and emphasize some of these feathers a little bit more. So I'm going over what I just did, just a little bit. I'm going under the other feathers, the little coverlets. I barely load my brush, y'all. And if it looks a little purple to you, because it does to me when I see it in some areas, I'm adding a little purple to my ivory black. I'm hoping that this is something that would be good to see on the live stream, to see the detail.
It's just hard to see.
I'm
it
watching
even
the live
like that.
stream, but it's not.
It's lagging.
Yeah, so I don't know where you're working.
Okay.
If you bump the quality down to like 720p, it'll be a little bit better. So I'm watching it on my phone.
Okay.
It'll drop a frame here and there, but it's pretty smooth. But after the fact, while I'm recording, it'll be perfect.
Okay, let me see if I
So
can do that.
I am working on the primary wing feathers, the ones that come down below by his rump. And I'm using actually the purples, the ivory.
Thanks, Matt.
That help?
Not yet.
Okay. Now,
Appreciate you guys making that available though.
Yeah, it's we're learning as we go, and so this is the advent of the new camera that we
Has
just.
nothing to do with that.
No, but I mean the being able to zoom in like we
Oh.
can on the new camera. That's
Yeah, but the key to this is going to be getting a hardwired internet.
yes, and we actually asked the city for that, but they didn't think they could get it done in the time frame because there's a chain that has to happen, and it's never. So I am taking some gray paint that has a little bit of a purpley cast. So if you're not sure how you would make a purpley gray, you just take you some purple, add some yellow, and make sure you have more purple than yellow in it, and then add some white and see what you end up getting. I am going to start making some little straight lines. I hope. I hope they come out straight. But I'm going to do the striation that you see of the stacked wing feathers. So each time I need to dip. It goes down to all the way down here. How we doing, everybody? Is this part hard?
Yeah.
This is the part you didn't count on it being hard.
It's hard because I can't see, so I don't know
Okay.
what area you're talking about.
I'm on the primaries of the bird's wing,
Okay.
and I'm just making little lines. And of course, they're kind of all over the place. So that means I have to go back in with another dark color and kind of clean them up a little bit. And I could go back and forth until I get it. Like, meaning it may not come out the first couple times.
Thank you.
So don't put too much pressure on yourself to get it right the first time, because I can't get it right the first time.
This sort of feels like where you could spend a whole lot of time.
Oh yeah,
How do you
easily.
limit yourself, Sue? When do you know it's done?
That's a good question, because it's the age-long, that's the question every artist asks themselves. Am I done? Am I done yet? Ask me how many times I've returned to a painting that has sat for a year and go, you know what, I don't need that wave. Let's take that wave right out of that painting. Or, is it ever done? That's a question, right? When I'm doing commission work, I have a time frame. So oftentimes it's done when I say it's done, meaning the truth is I may always see a thing that I could go back and make better. But
So as long as you have access to it, you are still thinking. In other words.
Always.
So that's normal for us.
yes.
Okay.
And I don't think anybody should ever feel like, but I don't know if it's, if it truly is finished.
Remember the police officers for the Bristol?
Oh yeah.
That was a struggle.
Oh, she remembers. I had the distinct pleasure and honor to have done 3 posthumous portraits for the Bristol Police Department.
Wow.
And they, you don't want to say like no pressure there, but the family, this is lasting stuff for folks. And you knew you had to get it exactly right. I wanted it to be so exactly right for his comrades in arms, right, in the police department, but as well as the family. And they had a really wonderful, beautiful ceremony when they did the unveiling. And of course, for me, I'm always sitting there like Please God, let them like the work. Like, I just really wanted the families to, and I was, like I said, very honored to do that. And I was because everybody loved the work. And I mean, you have people crying when they're seeing the portraits, and you know you did it right. You know you did it right.
Wonderful.
But it's, it was one of those kind of situations where you don't really know if they're going to.
That's lovely.
Oh, it's like I said, it was my honor to do it, and
Especially that last one you did. I can't remember the guy's name. He was young,
yeah,
kind of a portly.
yeah, nice kid. He was a nice kid. One of the this is terrible. I'm trying to remember their names. I can't at this. It's escaping me right now,
Well, it's been like 3 years ago.
but it was like I said, it was an honor.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right. I'm probably not going to go too much more nuts on this wing here. I'm going to work on the breast part, and I'm looking at mine, and I may have to bring my bird out a little tiny bit. I don't know, maybe not. I'm going to go in with cobalt blue and white. And I was telling Anne, if in doubt, go with your cobalt, because you do see a lot of color bouncing around on this bird. Let's face it. There's purples, there's purpley blues, there's warm greeny blues, there's neutral blues, there's all kinds of stuff happening on this bird. If in doubt, go with your neutral blue, your cobalt blue. Whether it's a value of cobalt because you're adding white to it, go with your neutral. Then ask yourself when you pop it down, do I need to cool it down or warm it up? Because you can do that if you're working with your cobalt.
Thank you.
But if you're working with a color like ultramarine, it's very hard to warm that color up.
It's a good lesson in learning my blues because I'm looking at them down here in the palette. I'm so lost, but
But and it's interesting because I know like Abby's got her colors labeled, and I think that is helpful.
Yeah.
Because I can't remember.
Right. I mean, I just kind of get an idea of where stuff is and then I just move around. But I have all my blues and purples right in one area of and they're all dipped in and it's just a big old hot mess. There's that word again, hot mess. But now I've got that color. It's kind of a cooler color that I have down. But now I'm going to take my warmer. I think of phthalo blue as a much warmer blue. Okay. So what I'm doing, I'm taking phthalo blue with more white added to it. And where I put this color here, I can put this other color right on top. And that is going to give that look of, like it's sitting right there. It's on top of it. So you almost have to have that cooler or neutral color underneath it for it to kind of bounce off of.
Are you on his head now?
No, I'm on his chest. I'm on his chest. I'm still working on his chest.
Just destroy it.
it's not synced up to what she's talking to. So
I'm just running this. This is the.
that's not working.
I'm flattening his chest out in the front a little bit. It's a little flatter right there, and I missed it.
Doesn't matter if you don't.
And he gets very purpley and like blue, more ultramarine bluey. And I'm going to flatten his little front of him out a little bit here, and then bring it in. Welcome anybody to come up and take a look if you're curious. And I'm bringing that, I'm using the phthalo blue mixture, titanium white mixture on top of this. And it's definitely going to stay dark down here, guys. I'm not going to lighten it up down here. And I can see that Like you want some of your dark values to show through this. You don't want it to all go away. What are we watching?
I'm trying to get this on my phone.
Oh, that sounds good. It sounds juicy. That sounds juicy. All right, I'm looking for some of my phthalo blue, and I'm finding it's gone. Where's my other phthalo blue? There it is. I'm going to go dark in here.
You think since he's so colorful, this is probably the boy?
Oh yeah, yeah. This is a male indigo bunting.
I'll bump this down to, oh, you got it on 720.
That's what you wanted it on, right?
Yeah, if it's still really laggy, we'll put it on that on a little bit. On your phone. That's a different video.
So it was day 3.
Yeah, I could tell I'm lagging because I'm not seeing me moving over here.
Oh, you're on the YouTube website.
Where should it be?
Well, do you have a YouTube app?
Not sure.
There you go. That's live.
Thanks.
Oh, maybe you fix it.
Yeah, thank you, Matt.
He's the dude. He is the dude. The dudiest of dudes.
Still working on this week.
Matt, you're always having to troubleshoot.
You're not even connected to it, internet.
I was. It was moving. I had it on my link from my phone.
It must have dropped.
You're gonna be so happy when you get your wired connection.
Well, we asked for it, and we're going to want to do more and more workshops here that we need to have that.
Too, what I'm thinking, I just found a different box that I can send a clean program out of any of the cameras to a monitor over a network connection. So it's a little tool you can get that'll allow us to have that close shot on multiple monitors in the room. So a projector and a TV, or 2 TVs or 2 projectors or whatever.
Nice.
That'd be heaven.
All right, I'm putting more titanium white down because I need my whites to be clean. So I'm grabbing some more titanium white, adding it to my phthalo blue mixture because I need it to be pretty light going over his rumpy this part of his back. And you can see that there's quite a bit of light in here. And it kind of goes up a little bit in his body. And it goes up. Tell me, what do you think you're learning the most?
Patience.
Patience. Oh, that was good. Reeves, was that you?
It was me.
I thought so.
Well, I
Patience.
was going to say that too, just to relax and just trust in the process.
Right.
You know?
It's been completely intellectually engaging, like you don't have a moment to think about other things, which is lovely. And then I've been doing these workshops since I was a kid in all sorts of different forms, but this is a brand new form for me. And I've learned all kinds of new techniques and skills that I don't use in other forms of painting. And the tools right away, your brushes, your paints, your everything. So I know I don't have the greatest form. I'm watching everybody else with the easel. And
Quick study there, girl.
Well, yeah, you kind of jumped right in, and not having really done any workshops with me. Most everybody here has at least done 1 or 2 workshops with me. I'd say, judging from this room, Diana is probably the one person who's done the most workshops with me, because you've been to Caryville, you've been to, and she's also one of my students. And so pretty much everybody here has been or is currently my student or has been to workshops of mine. So Paula, you're the only one. You are the unique girl in this room.
well, this could be a master class at Smithsonian.
There you
You
go.
really should.
I know. Well, I would love to work that out.
Wouldn't that be good? If they all come up to DC, wouldn't that be a blast?
It would be a blast.
And we could say when you or when.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, well, okay. That'd be that. Yeah, but you know, you would always know me, right? Okay, I'm working down his back and I'm noticing I have some little issues I gotta work out here. I'm always looking for, you know, where something cuts in or like right here that cuts in, right here at the top of his rump area. And I'm using that, the very light version of my phthalo blue and white. I'm bringing that in, and sometimes I'm going to just start squinting. Even though I usually squint in the beginning of a painting, and squinting allows me only to see the detail that I must see at that moment. I still am squinting here.
Well, I've learned a lot about laying down color.
Good. And what did you learn about it?
Well, of course, you have to start with the dark, opaque,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can go to lighter shades that are transparent. And first of all, when you say I'm knocking this out, sometimes you do it with transparent
Mm-hmm.
first, and then you go back and if you want to use
Right.
okay.
Especially if I'm going to change things. When I already know, I'm just kind of getting the shapes in and I need to be able to see where things go. I'll use transparent colors or semi-transparent and water them down just a bit so that if I have to change it, it's nothing to wipe it off. It won't leave a stain, so to speak. If it's opaque, it's really hard, it's harder to manipulate.
Right.
So if I'm not really certain when I start, I make sure that I'm a lot more certain about it before I progress. So I'm still working on this rump area and I'm going to start to lay in the tail feathers. So I'm going to be using sweeping motions. I'm using ivory black with King's blue. I'm sorry, ivory black with the Prussian blue. Big difference. And looking at the distance, you know, how far this tail feathers go, you know, 'cause sometimes I'll get the tail a little long. So I'm looking at the wingtip here of the primary feather and seeing how far this tail goes down, and it goes down to about here. So working my way up to make sure that I have my tail kind of in the right place here. And what I'm going to do now, cleaning my brush off, because I'm going to have to manipulate between, because I still got some flower stuff to do. So I'm cleaning my brush off because I know I have this nice light value of the phthalo blue and white mixture. And I see it running right on the top here. I hear little people.
Sue, I'm gonna ask like a Karen question.
Uh-huh.
Can I be a Karen?
Go ahead.
Would you consider doing a workshop using just a normal canvas? Like
Oh, I have before.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine too, of course. I like this 9x12.
Yeah.
I use these a lot because I know I can get a lot more detail. That's one of the reasons I like the slick surfaces. You know, in the last workshop we did one on each.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I do it a little bit on.
I would still go if we didn't because I'm learning how to do it.
You've been painting lately on wood panel, and this is not unlike wood panel, right? You've been working on wood panel some when you're doing your portraits? No?
No, I'm just using 12x12 canvases.
Oh, okay.
Dogs,
Right.
which I'm starting a new dog on Saturday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, a lady down in South Carolina wanted one.
Good. And folks, for those who don't know, Joanne is also one of my students, and she's been doing a lot of dog portraits. That's something we work on in our class. She's one of my Saturday morning groups. group class person.
Excuse me, guys, went down the wrong way.
And
Yeah, I love my Saturday morning.
I've got Tuesday night people here. I've got private students here. I've got all kinds of folks here.
You're gonna have to work me in there soon.
Oh, we would have a ball.
Yeah. I love my classes. It's my happy place every week.
We have a ball. Okay, I'm going to leave that alone for a minute, and I'll probably come back to the bird. I'm going to come around the room here in just a minute and see where everybody is, because I know I've got to work on some of the flowers, and I got to work the stick and the legs, but I feel like I'm kind of, probably, ooh, look at how, jeez, I got paint all over me.
Here.
Oh, and you even got wipes.
Susan got me turned on, but they're kind of dry. But
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the water. I'm gonna wet my little wipey down. I don't think this is gonna get it off. A little bit of that on there. Let's see how everybody's doing here. Nice. Yeah, you're smart. You brought yourself a little mall stick today. You're good. Huh? Doing well. Don't forget the dark. So you're going to want to really get a lot of dark in here because there's a lot more dark values in those the wings. But that looks good.
I spent a lot of time there. Something dragged across my face in the night.
Oh no.
I put it back.
Where was it?
It was all across here, so I had to do a lot of repair.
Where here? It got left here?
Yeah.
Where was it?
It was just right behind here.
Oh,
So
sorry about
I'm
that.
like, I don't know.
I wonder where.
I probably did it, right? But anyway, it doesn't matter, but I was kind of having fun pulling it back together.
Yeah, I still have to do stamens and stuff. No, your bird looks great. Everything looks good.
Thanks.
You look good. You look good.
Been fun.
He's really fat.
He is a little bit fat, and I see you're kind of fluffing it out a little bit.
Yeah, I need to pull him back in.
Yeah, pull it, rein him back in. You're going to go in very light back in here.
Nice
So,
light white. Okay.
what is that? Is that cerulean?
Cerulean.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw something else down.
The coffee went down the wall in the pipe, so it's like in my lungs now.
Oh no. That's always fun when that happens.
Yeah, I hate when that happens.
Here you go. This is, add white to that.
Okay.
And then use that along the back.
And give him a slick back.
Like slick that bird down just a little bit.
Okay.
And you'll be in good shape. I'm gonna come see you. Then I gotta come the back way. Oh, your wings look good. Oh, your bird looks really nice. Good job, Abby.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job. I know, because there's a lot of stuff that's going on in here. You'll get it. But that looks good. He looks good. All right. I'm not gonna even try that. I'm not even gonna try that. I know how big my butt is. I know how big my butt is. I know I can't squeeze it in that little place. Oh, and you're using, now I'm going to say something. Jenny's using her paint scraper to make her lines in her wing. Brilliant, good job. That's a good use of the paint scraper, y'all, because here I'm trying to paint it in, and I'd already had it dark, but she didn't, and she's using her paint scraper, and it's easier to make those little lines.
Now we're all scrambling for a paint.
Right? Yeah, see yours is, you gotta tighten that up here.
Extra over here too, if anybody's doing the time.
And it looks like you've got your values, like your colors are looking good.
One thing that I kind of noticed about, I have a tendency to muddy, get cleaned over a little bit before I go in to do them.
And you feel like you're doing better with this. Good.
'Cause I understand
It shows.
better.
It shows. It shows. You're doing well. Now, Reese, you somehow managed to keep your blue colors brilliant. What did you do here? What color did you use there? Oh, wow. Okay.
But it's just kind of a mix.
I know, but that's kind of how it is, right? Yeah, if anybody wants to come by and see something kind of cool, Reeves has really kept her colors pure. And you can definitely see the purples and the blues and the phthalates. So see how, so over here, she's kept it separate. So she's not over mixing it. And yeah.
It's really pretty.
Do you see what I'm saying? But it makes the bird have that glow and it doesn't all look washed out or over blended. So,
Especially with rum.
good job. Yeah, nice rump. Hey lady, nice rump.
Sorry, I was a pain earlier. I was trying to use my laptop.
Uh-huh.
I had like a whole unit playing.
Oh,
So I didn't know. I was just using my phone.
okay, that's good. I mean, at least you've got your, okay, I like, okay. These lines and these lines don't jive. You went very thick and very heavy. They're not white. They're kind of like, I used that light purpley gray.
Brush I had.
So, you're going to want to change that. That's the main thing that I see is the white on the wings there.
If I have a tiny brush, could I use like a dagger or something?
You could. You could. Or if you're like Jenny and have your paint scraper.
I thought I had some other brush. So, I'm sorry, make one purpley gray.
Yeah, you're better off just having this being black and see they're very thin lines and they're not white. The only thing that's white on that bird is the shine on this lower mandible. Even this color in the front of the chest, I used that pale violet. And since it's titanium, now you got a little bit of a challenge because you're going to try to get it off.
Okay, so what should I do? It's solid black under there. Take all the white off.
Yes, if you can scrape it off or take off that white. And then the color that I used was just a very, it was a purpley gray. There you go. Already looks better. Because when you really look at it, it's not, yeah, awesome.
Can I just do it something like that?
You could, it will be better than what you had. It definitely would be better.
Will it be better enough or just better?
I like that. Will it be better enough? Yes, it will be better enough.
Okay.
But you will want to make sure that you get these other values. I don't care if you don't do all the lines. As long as your value, if you're looking at this as one complete value, these have to be darker than that. Okay? Yeah. So,
They are darker.
okay, if you're happy with it, then that's fine. I would have anybody come by and take a look at how Reeves has her colors right on. She did not overblend. Okay, because you can use a little bit more brilliance in the shoulder here. And she used a lot of purples, she said. Now I was struggling with that too, but Reeves has got the shape, and that looks like an indigo bunting. That has the intensity of color without it being washed out, and that's why, kudos. That's,
So, one question, Suzanne, the
Yes.
brilliance for that little shoulder would be with what?
well, Reeves said she used purple. So you've right now, see how it's light back here? And so this has got the phthalo, and the phthalo is going to be a warmer, lighter value. The shoulder, this part of the wing, is a cooler, darker value. So if you want to use a little purple in there, since it looks like your whole wing is phthalo. You can just, I'd go with a little bit more of this one, the darker one, and just since you've already got so much white in here, just do it a little bit and see if you can go straight violet and make that happen so it blends to get that shoulder. Because whatever, like I said, Reeves needs to get up and tell everybody what she did because she kept her colors very brilliant.
Talk to us.
Talk to them, talk to.
Just, it's the purple, just lightly blending. I don't really know what I did.
I don't know what I did. But whatever she did was really good. Now it's making me rethink my bird. Thanks a lot, Reeves.
When you make the teacher change her
I just about spit all over myself. I kind of sort of did, actually. But you couldn't see it. You didn't know it. Okie dokie, cookamookie. All right, yeah, I really like Reeves's approach here. So I'm gonna mix a little bit more purple. Well, I have the purple, but I didn't have it all the way down is the thing. So I'm revisiting some part of my wings here. And let's see here. And I'm going to go in with just a little bit of, let's see if it works. I don't know. I'm going to go in with straight dioxazine, and I'm going to go underneath this. I think I got this a little bit small. There seems to be a little bit of that purpley. Reeves, you're so right. Tucking that in. I put a little bit purple. And so I'm just kind of touching in with a little bit of purples in some of the areas. And I'm using the dioxazine purple where I think it needs to have a little punch. Just a little punch of color. Since it's going to translate as cooler compared to the phthalo. And any place I can use straight color, I'm going to. And I'm putting a little bit more cobalt back into the head. All right, I'm not going to get too nuts here. I'm going to put a little bit, there seems to be a little bit of the purple. Now I can't see anything but it. I'm just putting a little tiny bit of the dioxazine violet in some of these places. And what's nice is that's actually making the coolness of that color is making the warmth stand out. So you're getting a little bit more contrast with temperature this way. And so I'm adding a little bit more of, and I'm just using straight dioxazine purple because I have so much of the other color in here that it's standing out. It's doing what it needs to do.
You had mentioned dioxazine violet too. Are you using?
It's interesting. I use dioxazine purple because I haven't bought a tube in a long time. I think I understand now. Winsor Newton changed the name.
I think I have both of them.
Right, and I think if you look at the pigment, they may be the same pigment. But see, purple's a funny color. It really should be called violet because that's really what, if on the color wheel, we say purple and, I mean, red and blue make purple, right? That's what we've always said, but it's actually violet is the color they call it. I don't know if they changed it. I don't know what the deal is.
I thought they had two separate ones.
And they probably do. I have manganese violet on my palette and I have dioxazine purple. My dioxazine purple tends to be more towards the blue side and the manganese violet tends to be a little bit more towards the red side of that combination. That would be a really interesting conversation. If anybody out there is listening and wants to kind of put their 2 cents in there.
I'm looking to see if I brought my violet one.
If anybody needs some, I've got dioxazine violet. I mean, I have not dioxazine violet, I have manganese violet. But I'm putting a little bit more of the bluey violet, which is the dioxazine purple, or what I know is that color in.
Can't find it, of course.
I see Joy Lynn is back with us today. So hi, Joy Lynn. I don't want to get so carried away here, but I am. And I can tell you that my little wing feather here needs to be a little bit bigger. What did you all do last night when you got to your respective abodes? Did you go to eat dinner and go to sleep?
I actually watched, after I got home, I watched this movie called Summerland, and I thought it was so unusual. She was walking through a field and they zoned in on a thistle.
Oh,
That's weird.
And I was like, oh my gosh, there's a thistle. And then I said, is this Sue really making this movie?
that's it. I did that to you.
Just pumpkin.
That's right.
That's right. But I couldn't believe it because we'd been staring at thistles and looking at them. I thought,
Well, didn't somebody ask me yesterday, is this a plant that is seen in the West or something?
it was.
Oh, it was Ann.
Yeah.
And actually, the thistle photographs that I have included, some of those were taken on my walk around town. So I know where the thistles are downtown. The singer and I go walking, and I say, "Oop, there's an opportunity."
I went and got a wonderful chilling out and a fabulous salad to take out. Went home and called my Canadian family because it's Thanksgiving up there.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving to you.
I had a pal and went to sleep.
I had a pal. I had a pal.
7:30 this morning. I mean,
Oh, wow.
like, I was out by probably 6:30 or 7, no later.
Oh wow. Yeah. See, this is exhausting.
It is.
This is
intense.
exhausting. Yeah, and Matt will tell you, I did nothing but veg on the couch. I vegged on the couch and binge watched my show Rome on HBO Max.
Oh, what is that about?
Rome. It's about during the time of Caesar, and so Ides of March has already occurred. So now it's the whole uproar of how they're getting the Senate and everything back together, and all the. Well, it's a drama, but it's a history drama. So it's kind of like I like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, you know, this is exhausting, but also to be said it's exhilarating, I think.
Good.
It's in a good kind of exhausting,
Yes.
not a stressful.
Right. You know, you're thinking in terms of looking and really examining the things that we've been painting. That's why I thought of that thistle.
And now you'll probably always look at thistle in a new way.
Exactly.
Now I'm just working over the rump area here and making some corrections where I kind of needed to. And I am going to get off the bird here in a minute. Get off the bird. Get off the bird. So I'm going to go back into my flowers is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to leave that because I'm pretty happy. If I never went back to this bird, I'd be okay. As Anne says, is it done enough? It will be. And I'm sure if I have time to do more, I will. But I also know that we need to finish this up today. And I will be pushing you to get this one done before lunch.
Are we gonna do the feet?
Yep, but I'm gonna do the feet last. Cause you know me, I hate feet, so that's gonna happen last. Save the best for last. The feet. Bird feet. And I'm looking around my canvas or my substrate and I see some places that have white, meaning I didn't paint. So there's some stuff I still have to do. So we're going to do some stuff. How you like that? How you like them apples? Okay. So, let's see where we going. Yikes.
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 I do that at least once.
All right, it's like I need my oranges back, and I scraped all my oranges off last time. So I'm going to find a little place to work on some oranges for my flowers. Put some burnt sienna down. Oop, that's brown ochre. And I'm probably going to go to the restroom, y'all. Matt laughs at me and says I go to the restroom all the time, but I drink a lot of tea. I've had a coffee. See, I've had 2 coffees, some tea. Yeah, it happens. All right. So Matt, cut my mic off. Nobody needs to hear what I'm doing. Y'all talk amongst yourselves.
Paula, do you need magenta?
I am all set. Thank you for asking. I think you must have lent me some earlier. Somebody did.
I do. Magenta. Other kind of magenta.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're so kind about lending me colors and everything.
Okay, who in here just asks and paints every day?
No, I don't have time.
I do or I work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jerry does. And that's why you're so good.
I'm either cleaning a piece
Maybe
or
once a week.
something.
Really?
Yeah.
Always posting stuff.
For me, it's almost amazing, it's crazy. But I
How,
love it.
how long a day? I mean, each day do you spend?
Sometimes I only paint an hour, sometimes I paint for 8 hours,
Yeah.
yeah. But I also do airbrushing, so. I go
Oh,
between-
nice.
Yeah, I love the
Neat.
airbrushing, it's a lot of fun.
That'd be fun.
So I would go between the two and it's a great break. Plus I do a lot of drawing because I'm trying to get really good at drawing.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have an event very
Who
soon.
you would enjoy working with for drawing is Tom Root out in Jonesboro.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's just so wonderful. I was a student of his for 2 or 3 years ago. I just really think a lot of him.
First I've heard of it. Interesting.
Yeah, he's a great guy, very talented. His wife, oh my God, you talk about plein air, Peggy Root. Her work's unbelievable.
I've been going around doing plein air painting on Mondays.
Mm-hmm.
with the local,
Oh.
Yo. And it's been interesting.
Is Monique Carr in that group, or Renee Pitts?
Yeah.
Renee Pitts, yeah, she's good.
Nice group of people.
I'm sure. You didn't fall in?
I did not fall in. I did not fall in. Okay. Back to the flowers. All right, I'm going to take my glasses off for this, I think. So I'm going to mix some oranges because I scraped all my oranges off. And I still left some of my cads and stuff. And all my yellows. And how's everybody doing?
Good, better.
Good.
A true purple is made of warm tone colors, and violet is cool color tones usually. That's what it says.
Who says what now?
Joylyn.
Said what?
A true purple is made of warm tone colors, violet is cool colors tones usually.
Okay. There you go.
You had asked.
Yep, I did. Thank you, Joylyn. All right. And I'm putting some. So does anybody still have their oranges from yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of them.
All right. So people are good about making your colors. You're all right.
No,
No?
I didn't keep my mixed colors, but if you could go back.
Are you all ready to work on that? Okay. I just used my my Yellow Lake Deep, added cadmium red to it, and then if it was too intense, you can always add a little bit of blue. I also added burnt sienna if I needed to bring it down a little bit. So, and you also have your magenta if you need a cool color added to it. And sometimes we do that. I'm looking for my magenta. I'm not seeing it. Oh, there it is. There it is. And I like to use the magenta. I think it's a fun color. It's an unexpected little punch of color in this particular piece.
Can you go through that color combination again?
Sure. I used Yellow Lake Deep and Cad Red to make my,
The deep orange.
yeah, the more intense orange. And then to bring, if it's too orange, if it's like too intensely orange and you're just like, yay, add a little bit of King's Blue or something to bring it down.
Little burnt sienna or.
And burnt sienna too is another good color to use. It's a cooler orangey color. Okay. So I don't have those colors anymore. I'm going to put a little bit of that. Where's my King's Blue? There it is. And I'm just gonna go touch up some of my flowers, making, if I could soften some edges. And I'm actually using a number 2 clip evergreen filbert.
I'm sorry, you said you're softening your edges?
Yeah, on some of my flowers.
Okay.
Just kind of going, especially if they're in the distance. I don't need them to be really sharp. And so I'm just kind of softening some of the edges. And I'm going in and delineating some of the aspects of the flowers. So if it's intensely in here, I'm just going in with a cooler in the center of this particular flower. It's funny how a lot of my stuff is so different, like it's off from what I originally did on my painting. So I'm kind of making stuff up. Because I'm looking at my original painting and this flower is not in the same place as these little pieces. So I have to.
In my work, I do a lot of reproduction pieces, and it is extremely difficult when things are random. Mm-hmm. And nature, boy, yeah, I can imagine.
Right. Nature is random, and I actually do better with random than order. But the human brain wants order. It looks for order. It will create order where it doesn't exist. So that's one thing, you know, and everybody who's been my student in this room has heard me say, mix it up a bit. They're not little soldiers. Mix it up. Don't make them stand in a row. Because our brain wants to see it that way. Now, because I'm rolling the edge of this little petal, I'm bringing light in on some of the tops of it. So you can see that I'm kind of pulling that into the center of my, I'm just kind of creating that little shape. And I'll just keep looking around if I can create a little bit here. And I think I want to cool that down. I'm going to add a, you know, believe it or not, sometimes I'll cool something down with a color that's probably not expected, like the pink, into my orange. Because I'm using a cool pink like magenta, it instantly cools it down. Then if I've already got a wet paint down, I can use white on top and it will blend. So know that you can blend. You don't have to blend everything on your palette. You can actually blend it on your substrate. Bless you.
Thank you.
So I'm still trying to be a little bit abstract with some of the flowers in the background. I don't need them to be detailed, and I want the few flowers, the initial flowers that I had said yesterday, the top, middle, the one directly in front of the bird's chest, and the one that is closest to the right side. Those are the ones that should look like flowers, okay? After that, as long as you've got the color in there, we're good. I'm just intensifying it a little bit in the throat of this flower, putting a little bit more of that magenta. And it's mixing with my burnt sienna, which is ideal. It's working out good.
Do you ladies sometimes take these studies home and continue to work on them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So I won't be alone?
Nope. A lot of them, it becomes a class project. A lot of them bring them back in and want to, you know. I mean, how long did we see the bobcat in the studio?
Too long.
Yeah.
And mine's coming in at some point.
Like, that's it. I mean, the bobcat was the one, I think, And it's funny because a lot of people just took off on the great blue heron in the last class, and it seemed to be the easier one, but a lot of people brought their pieces back into the studio for a while, and it's okay. Look, this is a big deal. Expecting somebody to complete 2 pieces in 3 days, how many of y'all do that? That's really hard, right? So you gotta give yourself a little credit, and you know, with understanding that sometimes it's gonna take a little bit of time, and it's okay. It's really okay.
It takes me a week to do a dog's head and shoulders
Right.
or a cat.
Well, with oil, you have the medium time, like it,
Right.
that's the thing for me is if I get into a piece, I can do a piece in a day or two, but it's acrylic or it's watercolor. It takes
Right.
5 minutes.
Right. Yeah, oil paint's a little different.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of hitting my flowers here and trying to create some stuff here. And I'm going to put some more green and foliage in front of this because I don't want to do any more flower stuff. So anytime I'm kind of like, I'm over it, I don't want to do that anymore, find something that you can fill it in with. And if there's here's a little true story, a little telltale, like I'm telling a story on myself. But there's times when I'm doing something and I'm like, ugh, I'm gonna cut the whole back end of this, you know, I'm gonna I did this too big and now I have to deal with how do I run the rump of this animal off the canvas. All right, well when that happens, and I try, and it's not happening as much as it used to, but back in the day when it would happen, I just bring in a bush. I'm gonna cover that up, and so it doesn't look, now it just looks like the animal's peering out from behind a bush, and now it doesn't look awkward, like you just cut the bear's butt off or something. I mean, just saying that oftentimes I'll go ahead and kind of redirect and correct.
That's lovely.
And it happens, it really does. Probably more than I care to admit. Now you're gonna really look at my work and say, oh, yeah, I see what she did there. She messed up and then she recorrected.
I recently saw a piece that was AI produced, and you can tell because it doesn't have things like that.
Right.
So I think that's part of what sometimes makes the piece.
I've seen some of the things where they're saying AI created and it's like creepy.
It's too perfect.
Right, but there's some creepy stuff too.
Yeah.
What is AI?
Artificial intelligence. So now artificial intelligence is creating art. that's you want to think that that's like a human thing. A human thing, and now you've got stuff like that. Huh?
Compete with a computer.
Right. Okay, I'm going to make some greens here. And I'm going to look at my reference a little bit more. There's some pretty dark greens. I'm going to grab some burnt sienna. And I don't have my chromite green. There we go, there we go. I did still have some chromite green. I was going to see if I could do this without having to add more. So I'm just filling in areas where I don't want to do more plants. More flowers.
You said to tone down the yellow light mixture with, what did we use?
I used actually quite a bit of burnt sienna in that. Burnt sienna is a good color to do that with. So I'm just really kind of popping stuff in little places where I want it to be. So are you finding it easier to work on this substrate after it's sat a day?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
Right. It's a different way of going. And
And I think that's the time factor today, is that I think tomorrow it'll be, you need the set time between more detail.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I'm gonna take mine home and just do the end after everything's done. The smooth canvas has a really pretty effect.
I love working off of these. Now, Anne, you always work on 9x12s. What do you think about this substrate?
I like it. I like the little toothpier side more than the really slick
Okay.
side, but I like the toothy part,
Okay.
surprisingly.
Right. So I'm putting a darker value on the stick on the underneath of the bird, because it would always be darker since that's where our light source is coming from the top. Since a lot of times, obviously you don't see, other than looking at the painting, you're not seeing that stick in anything because we're just making it up. So you kind of have to know where things are, right? You got to know where you're going to put, where light's going to go. If you're going to make things up, you better understand the lighting situation around it. And since I know this bird is sitting on this stick, it's going to be dark directly underneath the bird. So I'm not going to have it very light on that side underneath the bird because the bird is creating shadow. And then I can highlight on the top of the stick. And I'm using just straight titanium white, and it's going to blend in with some of the greens and stuff that I put in there, so that's good. It's not going to be completely white. But knowing where to stop on that color is understanding where your light would stop underneath the bird, because the bird is blocking the light off the stick. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Going back to the bird's, what do you call it, eyelid, did you say you used King's Blue?
I used a dark version. Like I put a little bit, I didn't want the value to be so intense. So the little circle around the eye is, I used probably just a little bit of umber inside the King's Blue because I don't want it to be bright.
Okay.
Yeah. And I still got to return to the eye and give a little bit more shine to the eye, but the actual, I'm okay with what it looks like right now. Like I said, if I didn't return to the bird, I won't feel bad. I think I've pretty much got him where he needs to be.
I found a tiny brush I didn't know.
Good, as I say, if you needed to borrow one. And
This sort of gives no appreciation to some of the masterworks too. Like, if you ever get the opportunity to see a Monet in person, I mean, it's thick paint.
right.
How much time did he have to take
Well,
to sculpt almost the paint?
keep in mind too that when the Impressionists were doing their work, it was the first time artists could jump outside and paint because it was when oil paints were actually available in tubes. And there, you talk about the brands of paint that are really old. I know Old Holland's one of them, but Sennelier is another one, and I didn't know that. It was one of the older paint manufacturers back in those times. So they had a limited amount of paints that they could take with them because they were, plein air. And you'll hear so many people that are purists, and I'll probably get busted for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. That they're like, well, I don't use black because the masters didn't use black. Well, of course they used black. They mixed their blacks. And there's a lot of nice ways to mix the blacks, but I guarantee a lot of the colors that these purists are using, that when they just are so adverse to using a particular black color, are using a lot of other colors that weren't available back in those days. And as soon as, you know, some of these masters got a hold of tubes of paint that were black, trust me, they used them. I mean, and if you're familiar with the Zorn palette, now Zorn was not an impressionist, but he was a figurative and portrait painter. He used ivory black like crazy. And when anybody who knows the Zorn palette, which was cad red light, yellow ochre, sometimes he used vermilion. I always heard there was a combination of whether it was vermilion or cad red light. Yellow ochre, titanium white, and ivory black. And yeah, so I am fine with using all colors that are available to me. I figured since they were kind enough to put in a tube for me, trust me, I'm going to use it. That's why I probably do have way too much paint. But when you travel and do plein air, you do want to travel light, and you don't want to bring every paint that comes in your paint box. You just want to try to simplify. So yeah, you may want to not use black paint or carry black paint or any of the other superfluous colors that are just fun to have. Now Anne does a lot of, or has done a lot of plein air. And you generally don't like to use black very much.
Yeah, just because sometimes it just kind of punches a hole in the canvas. And it's just like, I'd rather mix the black.
And what color do you like to mix it with?
Black ultramarine and, like you said, the, what was it, the umber, or cad red.
Or Van Dyke. I know you use a lot of Van Dyke brown, right? Don't you do Van Dyke brown and Prussian blue?
Yes.
Yeah.
That'd be so pretty.
And there are, I mean, you can punch up your colors.
So it makes kind of a prettier black than black.
Right.
Yeah.
And even when I use black, I almost always mix in other colors anyway, depending on what I want it to be, what I'm working on. When I do an eyeball, and I need black, I need the pupil to be black, I usually use, depends on I guess the eye that I'm working on. If I need it to be an opaque black, I go ahead and grab some lamp black or something like that. But it's interesting to hear other people's takes on how they do things. But there's a million and one ways to skin a cat.
That's interesting. I'm gonna have to tell the guys in the lab too about the impressionists not using black, because.
I'm not saying all the impressionists,
Right. Yeah.
but
I
a
wonder
lot
what
of
their
them
take
did
is on
not.
that.
A lot of them did not because it wasn't available to them. Not because they were such, purists that said, oh, well, because they've been mixing their colors forever. And, I'm curious how they actually transport them. I know that a lot of seashells and shells were used in studios as little places to keep their pigments, and they mixed as they went. It's kind of interesting to think about what other opportunities, how they did that. It'd be that would be a neat, that would be a really fun, what's the word I want to use? Field trip. Like go to France and learn how the masters mix their paints.
So some of that comes out in a restoration class.
Right. I'd say they did.
Yeah, I can talk with you about some of that some night.
Do you?
Online.
Yeah, there you go.
Right?
Do you use Kramer Pigments? Kramer's Pigments in New York? Or I guess it's German company, but.
I use whatever the previous artist used, and sometimes we have to go to the lab to figure that out. Like last year, it's gonna sound a little gross, but last year I did a Dali piece where he actually used mixed pigment from nature, like ground up his own stuff.
Yeah.
And some of that sometimes will include things like natural flowers, seashells, sometimes even animal excrement.
Yeah, I've seen where, and there is a color called ox blood red that was used with actual, you know, the ferric aspect of blood, you know, the iron in blood. So there's, yeah.
Picasso used a lot of house paint.
Oh, really?
So a lot of his later pieces have a lot of lead in them.
Ah.
So it's, you know, fun stuff like that.
Well, we all have. I mean, if you're using, I have lead white, I have cremets, I have a lot of heavy metals. That's why the cadmiums and cobalts are all heavy metals. I've got one color that I'm really proud of that I will show it to you. And you can all stand in awe as you look at it. Hang on. Reeves knows what I'm looking for. Or maybe I didn't bring it. Maybe I was afraid to bring it. Because, you know.
It's too precious to leave us to.
Well, oh, here it is. Here it is, guys. Go like this. Go. Ah. This is Michael Harding's Genuine Chinese Vermilion. And this tube of paint would cost you a whole lot of money. I wouldn't have bought it, but it was given to me as a gift. Thank you, Reeves. And I've used it in some. It's a fabulous color. I use it very. I don't use a lot of it, but it's got. I want to say it's mercury, or something weird in it. Hang on, I'm going to tell you.
Surprised me. There was a lot of mercury in China.
Toxico. I'm pretty sure that it has I can't read it right now. Hang on. Yeah, I can't read it. Yeah, mercury compound. So it's got mercury in it. So yeah, you don't want to be playing with a whole lot of stuff that if you don't know what you're messing with. But you know, this would have been a fun color to you. It could have been used in this particular piece. I wasn't thinking about it. I only use it when I use it very seldom, just because I like it.
You were insane if you deal with that on a paint list.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I need you to buy this, you know, $80 tube of paint or $100 and something tube of paint. You can go online, you know, and it actually does adjust. Sometimes it's more, depending, I guess, what the rate of what the going rate for mercury is. I don't know if that's something that's on the market, but all right, guys, I'm looking around on my bird. I'm going to walk around and see how everybody's doing. Only thing I'm looking at this point is putting in feet and stamens, and then I'm going to be done with it. And I'm going to take this paint off my fingers first. Okay, I'm going to start on this side, work my way down, work my way back.
I'm just working on finishing coloring mine.
Yeah, you're going to want to get all your spots in there. But your bird looks good.
I love how his head came out.
Yeah, looks good. You may want to put a little bit of shadow or something underneath that lower mandible.
Okay.
See how it does come up a little bit?
Oh, yeah.
It's dark and then it kind of is very gradual. So it's not, I know it looks completely white, but it does have some other color, but that's looking good. Looking good in the neighborhood.
So, like this Twilight Zone thing going on right in here, and I don't know what to do with it.
Well, if you go, I give yourself an opportunity to go up because you just kind of have all your stuff stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that. You were going to want to, because those are stems that are coming up from the bottom.
Okay.
So you'll want to go and mix that up a little bit and break it up. If you want, you can go up and look at what mine looks like. Because I just started running weeds and leaves and stuff. This stick is actually much heavier. And you might want to, I don't know why it looks like it's a skinnier stick, because it's heavier in the picture. Yeah, you'll give them something to stand on.
Okay.
And I ran it over, or you've got it behind some stuff. I don't know. You might want to figure that out. But yeah, look at that. Okay. But it looks good. How's yours coming?
My flowers were not as advanced yesterday.
Okay.
We needed the dry time, so I'm going to need to work a little after class probably.
Okay.
But
if you ever decide, you say, I want to bring it to the studio.
Yeah, I probably will. I'll get you to give me some comments over time. But the bird, he progressed a bit today.
Yes.
So good.
Yes.
Yeah, he needs work though.
Okay. Okay. And if you decide like, I like painting in oils, I want to do more of this, then we'll get you set up with a good set of oils.
Yeah, we'll set up for the next
We'll
one.
set up, so you'll be ready to actually do it, because that was a hard thing to do. I think you understand the execution or how to use oil paint, so you know, it's. But I think you did fine. You're doing fine. And, you know, some of this area, like we can go a lot lighter on the back. This is not the best image to look at. If you really get up and look at the back of the bird, it should, that color that I put down on you, wherever it went, where'd it go? I know I put some down on you. Oh, it's under here, right here.
Yeah.
So if you take this color, watch this, where's your, oh, you had your little oily area here.
A little oil slick.
Your little oil slick. And you have good titanium white, right? And you go down the back of this bird. All this is much lighter. And then you can bring it back in.
Slims him up a little too.
Well, and it's, you know, we have a little bit more, should be a little bit more definition. It's hard if that's what, if the reference you're using is that one little thing, it's kind of hard to see what you're looking at. But you can actually put that in other places too. There's, you know, use that as your lighter color so you can give him the definition. You're going to want to firm his eye up too.
Yeah, he got a little muddy.
His eye, if you want to put his eye, if I make this line here,
There we go.
then you put the black spot in the middle,
Okay.
okay? But this color here, you can use that to do some other little highlights or details on there, and you'll be in good shape. You're welcome. Nice. Are you just getting back into the rest of the plants, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get back into those too.
Okay. It looks good. I like your little face on your bird. Don't be afraid to, you know, you kind of just stopped your white here. You can make that a little gradual by adding a little bit more of your phthalo blue into that.
Okay.
Because there's going to be a little bit of a shadow that the wing creates on his body. So the white doesn't necessarily go right up to it.
Okay.
So you're going to want to bring some of the darker values back up into this. And if there's areas that you can just kind of form and shape it a little bit more, you can add some little bit of purples in the shoulder.
Okay.
And like I said, take a look at Reeves' piece. Hers really had the definition of all the colors. I think it was the, I like your wing. Now you'll wanna kind of, you know, straighten that out a little bit. It's a little intense, but I think overall, you're gonna lengthen his upper mandible a little bit or shorten his lower one, because if he closed his mouth, this would be, and I think it's wrong on mine is the thing, if you're looking at that. If you look at the real bird, that's what I've been doing. Yeah, so if he were to close his mouth, you'd want to be able to have his two things meet. So either shorten this one up or lengthen this one just a tiny bit. But that's nitpicky, I know, but I can be nitpicky. I mean, that's okay. That's a good thing. And your flowers look really pretty. And your bills match. Your bills are good.
You know
What?
you did them.
Oh, okay. Wow, okay. Yeah, because you know. I'm so,
I missed.
okay, I didn't even realize. I was like, oh, good mouth, good bill. I like that. No, you look good. It looks good. Looks good. All right, so you're down in the yeah, down the weeds and you can just,
Flowers are hard.
well, only worry about like this flower, this flower, this flower, and this flower. The rest of them, they're background. Put like little dark spaces in between them. It breaks it up a little bit. And then just run a bunch of foliage over it and call it a day. How you doing?
I was trying to concentrate on his head.
Oh, and I like you, and his head looks much better.
Thank you.
And I like that you're putting a little purple in his shoulder.
And I fixed that.
Yep.
This is a hot mess.
Okay, break it up. You went in there full, I like this, but you can just, the thing is you can just run all kinds of stuff over it, but you don't have to fill it in. Leave as much dark in there as you can.
Okay, so
Just put you some, yeah, just put some dark values in it, and that's good. Also, you might have gotten a little light in the values back in here, a little bit too much white, but it's okay. I mean, you know, again, that's supporting characters, right? You'll just want to make sure that this flower, this flower, this flower, and this flower are the ones that actually are identifiable as flowers, and they look good.
This one?
Yep,
That one?
yep.
Okay.
And everything else is just kind of,
So
whatever.
just throw in some blacks here
Mhm.
and stop that back a little bit, because these don't stand up out against that.
You're right, your values are too close. That's why I would suggest you darken these values back here.
Today, because I put bright color on it.
That's okay, but it's interesting because I'm looking across the room. Like Abby went very orange. Hers are very intensely orange, which are fine. Mine are a little bit more subdued. Everybody's got a little bit different. The only thing I ask is that you actually can discern your values of foreground and background. And since those little buds in the front are too close to the value of the flower in the back, yeah, just darken it a little bit, and you're good. Does anybody have any questions? Good? Okay, let's see what Joylyn's got to say. A true pearl, okay. She says, the wing feathers are beautiful on this bird. Question, are these or your style today more impressions? Impression?
Impressionism, probably.
Oh, she just said it, are these or your style today more impression? No, I'm not being impressionistic. If looks realism to me on computer, the red one. And then she says, everyone is doing so good. Way to teach, Suzanne. You the bomb. Thank you. I like that. I think if your question was, is this an impressionistic piece? It is not. The only reason I was talking about the Impressionists was because we were talking about available colors and the colors that they used during that time. And it's so funny because that whole thing started with one painting, right? What was the sunrise impression, or whatever the one that Monet did of the water with the light, the sunlight on the water with boats and stuff. And it started a whole movement. Okay, going back in here, folks. We're about to wrap this bird up, I think. I'm going to go in and do some stamens, because, you know, stamens. We wouldn't want to not have our plants have their reproductive organs, because that would be mean. So I'm going to put some stamens in here. Now, the easier thing to do is, since you've got a long stem or stem with the little, what is the little pollen piece on the top, you have stamens and I forget all the terminology, the proper flower terminology. But I'm taking a little bit of yellow. I'm using the cad yellow light in this case because I kind of want it to be opaque. I'm going in with a pretty small long handle. It's a Pure Sable Series 99. It's a number 2. I just need to point it around. And I am going to make my stamens this bright color. Anthers, isn't that the word? The pollen, where the pollen is? You have to try to remember your biology. Of course, these little suckers come from the center of the flower. And I'm being very, 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 very wiggly. I shouldn't be. This is when I wish I had a way to keep my hand steady. And these are too fat. I don't like it when I have fat things. Fat stamens. I'm going to go ahead with a clean brush, since I made fat wiggly stamens, and here's a trick. Clean your brush off, put some just paint thinner on it, and go on the inside of it and just smooth, skinny them up with paint thinner. And it works. I use cad yellow white with a light with a little bit of titanium white. I'm going to do these a little bit. These will be a little bit easier.
Just thought of something.
Yeah?
It's Sunday at 12. You're going to be fighting church traffic when you go to lunch.
I think we should get DoorDash.
Yeah, you know what? We might want to DoorDash it today. That might be a good idea because I think a lot of people are going to want to stay anyway and work.
Yep, that's a good idea.
What did we do last time? Did we get, we ordered pizza.
Dad ordered us pizza.
That's right. God bless. But we did some of us just ate pizza yesterday.
Oh.
Not that it's terrible. I could always eat pizza again. It's not a problem. But God bless.
Sorry.
Who's that sneezing?
It's me.
Oh, wow. Oh, so last night we were watching a Disney show, and there's a character on Disney that talks just like you.
Like me?
Yes. She talked with a southern accent, and who was it, Matt?
It's not a show. It's from a Halloween thing they do at the parks. I can't remember her name, but I'll play it later.
From what?
It's one of the parks, during Halloween, they have lots of fun stuff. And it's funny because Matt says, this kind of sounds like Diana. And I'm listening, and then I thought, oh, it kind of sort of does a little bit. Well, you know we love you so much.
Yes, and I love you all.
That's right. And we love the way you talk.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. It sounds like I need a tissue. You know, is there anything in here that we could be allergic to?
Dust.
Yeah.
Besides each other.
Ever vacuumed this room up here?
Yeah, when we were setting up, we were like, ugh. All right, I'm not gonna go crazy with the stamens. I'm just going to go ahead and put the little anthers on, and I'm using actually just a little bit of cad red mixed with burnt sienna.
And what did we use for the stamens again?
I used cad yellow with titanium white.
Okay. Thank you.
The stamens are the sticks and the pistils are the little ball things?
No, the anthers, the whole part that you see that are sticking out is all male plant. That's the stamen, and the long skinny parts are like the stalks, and the red dots or whatever are the anthers, I think is called, and that's the part that has the pollen on it. And then the female part of the plant is inside, and that's the pistil. So now you've had your biology lesson on.
So the stalk is the stamen?
Yeah, I guess. I guess we'll find out. I'm going to look it up so I don't tell you wrong.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How's everybody doing?
Good, I'm humming that corn song in my head.
There you go. The corn song. Go ahead, sing it for us,
Oh,
Ann.
no, you don't want me to sing. No.
Now, I'm just going to look around on my piece a little bit and see what needs to be done, but I am pretty much ready to wrap it up on this guy. You can all come up if you need to, if there's something you need to see a little bit better.
Did you do the feet and I missed them?
Oh, I didn't. Oh, I thought I was going to get by without having to do feet.
Heck no.
Dang. Ann?
Sorry.
I got to go back and do feet. Actually, I'm just kind of hitting and putting a little bit of light in some of my pieces here. See? So I just have my little stamens in there and just,
Is there like a number, do they have different numbers of them?
I'm just putting in as many as it just seems representational.
What if I can see some of the tracing lines from my granite paper?
It's
I still see some too.
Is that a program?
Well, really ideally you don't want to see any lines.
Oops.
Because remember, like some of you guys may be trying to sell this later.
Okay, I'll try and fix.
I'm just saying, you probably don't want to have lines like that showing.
I used graphite, not carbon paper, and it's still, you can still see, so.
Yeah,
Right.
me too.
Well, you know, they're trying to do away with carbon paper. Did you know?
I did not know that.
Well, I was so surprised. I went to Office Max and he said, oh, they came in here and took all of theirs, said they're cleaning up the environment.
Wow, okay. They're not leaving carbon footprints. Ah!
And I was like, okay, did I miss something?
Right?
Not know that we were polluting the environment with carbon.
Yep.
I never took that literally, carbon paper.
I guess I never thought of that as being a thing.
Well, I never did it.
That's why you and I have probably been polluting the whole world. We polluting the world again. Again.
We're painters, we probably shouldn't analyze, right? Let's not saw the branch we sit on.
Right. Right. That's it. You just kind of want to. I just want to paint. I just want to use my cobalt and cadmium and have a good life. It might be shorter than everybody else's, but I'm going to have a good one while I'm painting with my very dangerous products. No, but I think we joke about it, but anybody who's taken classes from me in my classroom, do I not usually bring up some of the health issues and things?
Yes, you do.
And a lot of I'm always amazed at how many artists that, other people that teach, they never bring up that stuff. Then I'm like, flip over your tubes and explain why there's warnings on them and what those warnings mean. Doesn't mean I don't paint with those things, but I just think it's important that people understand so that they take the best care of themselves as they feel like they can. And
we're huffing up here.
That's right.
I mean, seriously, I've got the same headache that I had
really,
yesterday at lunch, and I never have headaches.
that's odd because this is bigger than the studio.
But you have more ventilation in the studio.
Yeah.
I guess I must.
That's something they could fix up here pretty easy, I think.
Yeah,
They just need
especially being
exhaust.
an art studio.
It's funny you say that. All these machines over here were exhaust for when they were carving or when they were using dusty filtering.
Interesting.
I think at one point they might have actually had a dust collection system in here.
Well, not that much of the carving actually happened here. It was most of it was over at Linview. And they had some, and they had these tables, and they were doing it mainly here to finish up and more for people to see it because it was not convenient for people to go to the Linview Community Center to see it happening. So it wasn't as much here as. And at Linview, I don't remember them being a big, I'm sure that they had something in there.
Now, what color did you use for the antler?
The anthers, I just used a little bit of cadmium red and, but more burnt sienna.
Okay.
Okay, all right. I stand back, I kind of take a look. And if you decide that you want to add another little something, I'm going to put a little bit of light in some of these unopened buds that are in the foreground. I'm going to use a little bit of, I'm going to make a kind of a nice caddy yellowy green here. And I always look and see if I have my values too close to each other, like I'm over an overlap, I change a little bit of a value. So sometimes I go back and try to find where do I need a little value correction. So that happens with me a lot, and I go in and try to just change it up a little bit. And if it just means adding like a white highlight, I do that. If I have an overlap, like right here, I have a leaf that comes down in front of a bud. I'm going to go in there and make my bud a little bit darker, right where that touches, so that it makes sense. How you doing?
Okay. Sorry, I'm just not doing the stamens. You said cad yellow and titanium white.
Right.
And did you knock it down with anything?
No.
Okay. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. The only thing I did do is when I made them too fat, I went back in and skinnied them back up.
They're having a craft fair down there today. I wonder if they have food.
Ooh, good question.
Truck or something.
Yeah.
I saw one when I was pulling up.
Even if it was just a banana bread truck or something, right?
Oh.
Well, there's really good harvest muffins over there. If anybody wants a muffin, Joanne brought those the other day,
Muffins.
and I had that.
We also have chips and salsa and parents and free.
Because we're fancy like that.
In case we need to hunker down.
Hunker down. We got everything we need. Okay, feet. Yeah, I gotta do some feet. Here I'm just flipping around thinking, yeah, I'm done with my feet. I'm gonna go back to my bird. Feet. Now I did change my setting or my placing on my feet because there's not as much distance here than I probably should be. And that's okay. I think I actually put both feet in it because it's a different kind of structure. So, believe it or not, I'm going in with kind of a really dark purple. That's I'm gonna put a little ivory black and purple. So, I'm going to suggest there's I don't have enough distance is the thing. And we're going to do the sky. Bird feet are funny. You've got, in most of your songbirds in the United States are birds that have 3 toes in the front, 1 toe in the back. And that is what I'm doing here.
What are you mixing for the feet? I'm sorry.
I'm using my very small number 2 Pure Sable Series 99. It's just a small pointed round.
And the color?
And I am using a dioxazine purple with a little bit of ivory black.
All right.
Is how I'm laying them in. So this is going to be the dark value that is this bird's legs. So this is almost like the other foot is kind of underneath himself. He doesn't, it's hard because I'm just trying to give him enough space here. And the foot will have like it's a joint, like a finger or anything else. So there's like a little hook and he's got a little toenail that helps him grip. And I'm going to run a lighter value, almost pure white, but it's not exactly pure white. And they are, I don't know how to say it, but if you've ever looked at a bird's feet, they almost look reptilian. They're scaly looking.
They look like dinosaur feet.
Well, they kind of are. Actually, exactly that. So now I'm going to go with white down the center or in front. Well, actually, it's blending, so it's becoming a lighter purple, but that's okay. And I'm leaving my dark values where I can. And I'm making the little, and so you can always come up and take a look at my little funky bird feet, because, feet. And they're funny looking. I don't care what species you are. Feet are hilarious. Okay.
You said you were using purple
Yep.
on the far one?
Yep. I use purple as my dark value for the feet. Now, ideally, I'm going to pretend that this bird's feet are somewhat stuck up underneath him, because he would have more distance between this normally. So he may just kind of be, he may have his leg bent in his feathers, and that's why we don't see it all. That's what I'm going to say, instead of saying I just didn't give him enough room. And often I'll paint a dark value right under the feet, like just taking some ivory black to create that shadow that, it's under something. It grounds his feet a little bit. And I'm just going to make this little nail and just be done with it. These are not the best bird feet I've ever painted, but they will do. Not really happy with my feet.
Throw some leaves over them.
There you go. Actually, I just highlighted them with some white, and I'm going to leave it at that. Okay. All right. I'm stopping. I am done. So I'm going to go plug this up. I'll have enough charge for our next one. We'll flip over. Yeah, there's a lot of folks down there. Like, are coming in for whatever's going on downstairs.
Maybe we're gonna have to send a reconnaissance.
That's what I was going to say the same words. I think a reconnaissance mission for seeing what food's downstairs is actually in order. Okay. Okay. Anybody's welcome to come up and see where I finished off on mine. And like I said, I'm going to be finished with them. And if we're going to order food, I guess we can decide.
Let's go ahead and break the street for now.
Okay, let me-
There. Let's do it.
Just go get my. Oh, stay there. You're following me. I feel like I'm being followed. All right, guys, we're gonna break for lunch. We're probably just gonna grab food and bring it in. So we may be painting, so maybe we're not gonna take as long a break. So you're welcome to join us here in a little bit. While when we come back, we will be finishing up with the goldfinch. So stay tuned. Everybody, welcome back. We're all fed, and we've discovered that there's an event downstairs, and they have all kinds of food trucks out there. So if you're in the Kingsport area, you might want to head on over to the farmer's market because there is some good food, all kinds of food trucks, baked potatoes. We had tacos. It was good. So go get you something to eat. Yes, we're getting ready to get back and finish up our goldfinch. So I've got it on the easel, and we're going to get ready to get started here in just a minute. But I'm going to do a little housekeeping, and I have something really kind of cool to tell you about. If you're in the Tri-Cities area, or if you're not, you want to come in for this, we've got some kind of cool stuff getting ready to happen here in town. And one is a Halloween-y Scream kind of event, and it's art, and it's all these good things, and it's at the perfect timing, and it's here in October. So I'm going to let Paula talk about it, and I'm going to let you come up here because then you can be on camera. Is this on, Matt?
Yep.
You go ahead, talk. See, I'm mic'd. You're not.
That is fancy. So I am a restoration and repair artist, and over the years, both my parents and myself collected many fine art pieces, and I'm fortunate enough to have one of the initial printings of Edvard Munch's The Scream. And I also have some other pieces that I've collected over time because that's one of my favorite pieces of art. So present at the event will be this, one of the original lithographs from his studio's printing of Edvard Munch's The Scream. We also have a big 6-foot statue of The Scream for you to come take your Halloween pictures with. But there are lots of other independent artworks and some of his lesser known works that will be available to see. So we'll talk about the history of Edvard Munch himself, a little bit about his bohemian lifestyle. We'll look through his catalog of works, and then we'll just have a little fun taking some conversation from the audience. And there'll be hors d'oeuvres and drinks available. So that's on October 31st, a Friday night from 6 to 8. And hopefully in the near future, we'll have these types of events with some other fine artists. I have quite a collection of Dali, so hopefully he'll be the next one that rolls up. And in the future, at some point when we find some space like this, I will do these art history receptions in the beginning, and then we'll have hopefully Sue come in and do these kinds of workshops so that we can either do those pieces of art or use those as inspiration for our own independent pieces. So hopefully we'll look forward to seeing some of you ladies there. It'd be nice to have some friendly faces.
Tell us again the date and where the location is for the event.
Sure, it's October 21st, which is a Friday, from 6 to 8 p.m. And it's at the Inventor Center, which is on Shelby in downtown Kingsport.
And they can get tickets on
Eventbrite, or you can go to the Inventor Center website and it hops off there. It'll mention me, Paula, it'll mention The Scream, and it might also mention Sacred Masterpiece, which is the name of my new art company. So
there you go. Thank you so much.
Oh, one more thing.
One more thing.
The proceeds from the event are shared between Kingsport Inventor Center, so it benefits the city, and the other goes to independent artists here in Kingsport. So for this event, it'll benefit Suzanne's studio.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So yes, buy tickets, buy often, get all the tickets you can. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to turn this off, Matt. I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, that's on purpose.
So I'm going to let you do it. Okay. So we got some fun stuff on the horizon. Be sure to be thinking about that. October 21st, which is a Friday. And I think this town is really looking for stuff to do. Mm-hmm. And learning a little bit more about art history is kind of a really cool thing. So, all right, folks, have we got our goldfinch out? Ready to rock and roll? Okay. Goldfinch. All right. Okay. I got to get my iPads. I was trying to let them charge as long as I could let them charge because I blow through battery. It's gotten quiet in here again. So quiet. Okay. All right. I actually feel like I got my goldfinch a little further along than I even had my indigo bunting at this point. I still have, looking at my piece, I still have a lot of work to do on my thistle. And let's see here. The two, Suzanne. This is not. Okay, is that going to show me? Yep, I'm on now. Trap to retry, getting back up here. Come on. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to get myself connected here.
That's okay.
I'm trying to get myself connected.
I'm still on Stamens.
Okay, I am on now. Okay. Currently I have like commercials on my phone, which is a good thing.
Your canvas is all still pretty wet,
Yeah, they will remain wet. They should remain wet.
so it's not my bad paint from yesterday.
No, no, you're good. You're good, girl, you're good. All right. Okay. Ready, set, go. Excuse me, I think where everybody's talking about, like, I'm never aware of it being smelly up here. And I know I don't smell paint anymore. I think no longer, it's just become a part of my life and my body, and it just doesn't recognize it as but I know a lot of folks were talking about it being kind of painty up here. And, but I do know that I get kind of congested in my throat. So forgive me if I keep going. Okay, I am going to, just like I did last time with the indigo bunting, I'm going to start on the bird and work my way down from the head. Okay, and I am looking, and I'm going to go in and start to enhance some of my darker values. So if you have your green, your celadon green, I'm mixing a little bit of, yeah, that's a good color. The celadon green, believe it or not, a little bit of cad yellow, and a little tiny bit. So you like how I say little bits. I would tell you that if I was breaking it down into components or quantity, I would say it's not equal thirds. It's mainly cad yellow with a little bit of the green and a little bit of the, so it's maybe a fourth of it being burnt sienna and a fourth being the chevron, the celadon rather, and then the rest being cad yellow. And I'm going to the back of this bird's head. Now, I could have gone with yellow ochre here. I prefer this color. I just think it looks neater. If you would rather use yellow ochre here, you can.
So, I'm sorry, you said cad yellow.
Cad yellow, the celadon, or if you don't have celadon, you could use the green gold.
Okay. And then what's there?
Burnt sienna.
Burnt sienna, thank you.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of going in here on the back of this bird's neck. I needed it to have a little bit of what am I going to try to say here? It needs to be opaque, and that's what the yellow does for me. And I'm going to take a little bit more. I actually really do think I need to have yellow ochre. I think I'm trying to not use yellow ochre because I didn't want to squirt it out, but that's kind of being lazy, so we're going to change that.
Are we doing yellow ochre?
I'm gonna put a little yellow ochre down. I just think I'm gonna do better if I have it.
Okay, and don't use this last.
You can use it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that I'm looking at it, and in my picture, I see a lot more. So in my painting, I did not use yellow ochre. The original painting that a lot of you are working off of, I used the Celadon. But now I'm looking at my photo reference, and I'm kind of feeling the need to use a little bit of the yellow ochre right in this area. So forgive me if I keep swapping things out like that on you. But it just feels better for me. All right, so I'm going underneath here. And I'm going again underneath this little chin area. And I'm kind of delineating the areas of the bird that are the darker values. Just re-emphasizing. But there's definitely areas of this bird's face that is more of the Celadon color. And I'm just kind of happen to be using a evergreen filbert, a number 2, but it's working very much like a flat right now, which I know Reeves likes the flats. This is working well for me, so I'm just gonna keep going with it. And I'm putting a little bit of the edge in it, almost suggesting that there's feathers. And I'm going to go back into this part of his body again. So yesterday where I was a little bit streaky, this is filling in nicely. A lot better than it was yesterday. And I'm sure you're going to find that to be the case too. Remember, if it still feels like it's streaky, use more paint, less pressure on your brush. And I see just a little tiny bit of an orangey or yellow right here. So you can use a little bit of, if you have Indian yellow, you can use that right here on this edge. Just kind of popping that in.
That's the edge,
Right, that's closest to, on the left side of the bird's chest.
Thank you.
I'm just kind of popping this in here. I want to leave that negative space. I don't want to bring that chest out any further because I really like that negative space. Okay, that's kind of nice. It's going to be a little bit darker right here. And I'm asking myself when I look at this, what color is that? I can see the Celadon. Believe it or not, you're going to think, what? I'm going to take a little bit of ivory black and a little bit of that yellow ochre that I just squirted out. A little bit more ivory black. And we were talking about, yeah, that's what I want right there. So it seems really dark, but that's okay. We were talking earlier about the Zorn palette. And that kind of just did it for me right there. That made me really, really happy. Okay. Now I kind of slimmed up my bird a little bit because I was trying to keep that space because I brought my branch a little too close. It's okay, I'm good with it. Okay. Now, I feel like that looks pretty good. Now I'm going to start lightening up my colors. I feel like that's a good, I'm sorry?
Where did you put that last with the black?
Right here in his lower abdomen. Right in this area. Because it's actually darker than you think it is.
Right.
And it's going to become more evident. I'm going to make it look even darker when I start adding the light yellows that's in here. Don't you love how you get lipstick on your coffee cup container and it makes really interesting pictures? Sorry, this is a little random thing. Sue's looking at the lipstick on her coffee cup going, ugh. I do like lipstick. I am a girly girl.
So you still have coffee left?
Huh?
So you said you still have coffee left?
Nope, I don't have any more coffee left. That has since gone.
I can't find the video.
Did you find it?
It's like you're not.
some missed what we were doing.
Where did you go?
I
Oh, you,
had to check something.
oh. So I was just putting, I'm just putting some of the darker values in on my bird at this point.
And we're lapping over top of those, so those are allowed to be a little muddy right now.
It might be a little bit, but try to keep it as clean as you can. Wipe your brush often. Wiping your brush will help keep your colors clean.
Yellow.
What are we doing?
We're doing like the bird's body.
So basically all I did so far, Reeves, is just I kind of re-emphasized my dark values on the bird and looked to see if there's any other corrections that I need to make, etc. I'm going to take straight cad yellow, light, go in this middle section, but because I'm using an opaque cad, it's going to do a really nice job covering for me. And I'm going to bring it over just a little bit. I don't want it to blend. So I'm going to use the edge of this brush and almost make a little feathery look. And if you're used to using filberts, FYI folks, if you can zoom in, Matt, a filbert, you can have a really sharp edge to a filbert. You can have your wide edge and your sharp edge. So just by turning your brush from using it flat to using it vertical, you can get that little sharp edge and start getting those little feathers, that feathery look in, just by it just twirling your brush a little tiny bit. And brushes go up as well as down. So you can also use this stroke going up. And if you start picking up some of the other color, wipe your brush. Same here, I'm going to put a little bit of this out here. Here's where I could actually probably use, sorry Matt.
You don't have to keep calling that.
I know, I always feel like I have to because I know that's getting right in your ear. Sorry, if you really want to know what it is, my bra strap keeps falling down off my shoulder. Just being full disclosure here, folks. And I'm looking for a different color. And I don't know if, sometimes a different Indian yellow. Nope, that's not gonna do it. All right, I'm gonna have to come up with something else. I am seeing a color that I don't have, and I'm gonna have to figure out how to make it. So here we go, guys. I'm probably being a little bit more caught up in this piece than I should be because I'm looking at my actual painting of this bird. It's okay, but it's not that great. I'm making this one better. I'm making it better. So.
Where is the color, the strange color?
The color on the nape of the neck. You remember I said I'm grabbing, you know what it probably needs to be is cad yellow medium. But I'm gonna use cad yellow and just a little tiny bit of ivory black and see if that does it. And I'm gonna grab a little bit of the deep, Yellow Lake Deep. And I think I got it. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, this is better anyway. It's a little bit better. Kind of looks like it could be Hansa yellow. It's a yellow that's, I don't know how to describe it.
And the name, what is the name on a bird?
The back of the neck, this right here.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's looking better for me. And I switched over to this is the number 2 Pure Sable Series 99 pointed round.
So you mix the yellow light deep with what?
Cad yellow and a little dot, like a little dot of ivory black. So it's cad yellow, Yellow Lake Deep, ivory black. but not a lot. I mean, not a lot of ivory black, just enough to make things different. I'm going to take straight cad yellow light, go right up here on the pole, or the top of the head, really. And if you look, this bird almost has a little point, like a pointed head. And I'm just kind of popping that down.
Just in your comments, she says, "What's Patreon in that format?" I love that format. And then she says, "Oh, what's the classes on Patreon? Great choice."
What is that? Oh, great. Glad you're enjoying this. Oh, okay. Thank you, Joylyn. I'm glad, because Joylyn is also, yeah, she is one of my members on my YouTube. And is she also on Patreon now? Well, thank you. Okay, so I'm just kind of hitting the colors, okay? Just trying to go where the colors are. And remember, if you have a darker color and you use a light hand and go in with a lighter color, you should still be able to see the dark colors through it. Does that make sense? So I'm going to take some titanium white, since I've already got this yellow down, and it should just blend and make it a little bit lighter in this area. Okay, we're going to put a little bit of this yellow. And we're talking about around the bird's eye. Oh yeah, this eye's got to be a lot bigger. How we doing? Anybody have any questions? Just hitting around the face. So I've got the darker values in. So I'm kind of putting in the lighter values around it. So if you don't have enough darker values in, it's going to be hard to bounce the lighter ones off of it. Actually, I'm going to see if I could take yellow gold and add yellow. What happens? It's not doing it. Oh well, I tried. Let's go ahead and get in here, put this a little bit darker right under this part of his face. I think he's got a little bit of burnt sienna underneath his little bill. Okay. All right. So back to bird beaks, because you know, bird beaks. We're going back there again. My bird beak is not good here. I've got to fix it. So I am taking burnt sienna with a little tiny bit of cad red and a little bit of white. And just kind of getting the shape here. Now I'm not, if you look at the photo reference of the actual bird, he's eating a seed. I'm not putting a seed in his mouth, but I'm leaving his mouth kind of open.
I wondered what that was.
Yeah. It looks like he was eating, I don't think that's what a thistle looks like. I don't know what that is. Could be a thistle. But thistles, I know, have a very black, shiny seed. I've had caged birds for years, and there used to be a place in Englishtown, New Jersey, when I was a kid, that was like a bird place. Like if you had caged birds, it was the place to go. And I did. And I used to get the best. You walked in that place and it smelled amazing because it had, they mixed like anise seeds and all kinds of neat bird seeds that were very fragrant. And it just smelled so nice in that. And they didn't sell birds. They just basically, well, no, that's not true. They did sell birds. I just already had birds, so I didn't buy birds there. Anyway, and I remembered thistle seed was very expensive. Okay, I'm getting a little bit of, I'm making a little bit of an orange, and I'm using the Cad Red and the Yellow Lake Deep. I'm putting that in his bill. But you got to put your dark value on the bottom bill for sure.
Which is, again, cat red.
Yes, you could use Cad Red and Black for that, for the bottom shadow of the bill. Now, I've got my mid-tone in the bill. I'm going to go in with a lighter color on the top of the bill where it's shiny. Kind of looks pinker.
What are you using for that color?
Yes.
Just taking titanium white, mixing in the color I already made.
What was the bill color, sorry?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Cad Red and burnt sienna with a little bit of white. Kind of makes like a fleshy color. I don't think I have his bottom part of his bill dark enough. So here I am trying and struggling with burnt sienna to try to make that bottom bill a little bit darker. But what's the problem? What problem can you see that I would have with that color?
Isn't it kind of orangey?
It's not the color so much. Hint, hint. What have we been talking a lot about today?
Transparent.
Yep, it's a very transparent color. Thank you, Jerry. It's a very transparent color, so it doesn't always give you what you know it. The hue looks like it should just go right in there and do its job, but because of its transparency, it doesn't quite do it.
Oh, man. I shouldn't have ever touched this beak.
The beaks are like corn. Beaks and feet.
This is, I just destroyed my beak. Oh, no, okay. Oh, take a breath.
Yeah, you'll be all right. You'll get it back around. Actually, I have like a weird little nub on my beak that shouldn't be there. So I have to unnub my beak. So I'm going to use some of my blue background color because I still have some. And I'm going to go up there and denub it.
My little guy was starting to look a little toucan-ish there for a minute.
Looking to what?
Looking a little toucan-like.
Oh, a toucan.
Yeah.
Well, now,
Way too
we
much.
all birds can aspire to such greatness, but all right, I'm looking at his little dark front of his face. Now, you look at that and think, what is this black thing, right? And you can start off with it. I don't see it as a black thing. I see it with it's black with a little bit of I'm using just a tiny bit of Cad Red in it.
Are you talking about that?
Right here where I'm painting, the very top of the front of his face.
Thank you.
And then I'm going to angle it. And I'm cleaning my brush off. I clean my brush off often. Now I see a little area that I got to take off. So I'm going back in with blue. That's the sky color. It's got to be a little bit darker than the last one because it's actually quite flat on the very front of his head. I know that looks weird. I'll fix it. And I'm still not certain that his bottom bill is maybe not a little too long. Okay, that's a little bit better. Oops. Now I'm going to take, it's going to seem strange, but I'm going to take a little bit of the raw umber and purple, I had it mixed before, but it's going to be a softer version of this black right on this edge. I'm just trying to make it look like it's soft and feathery here. Okay, we'll leave that alone.
Where is it?
Right in front of where the terminal end of this dark patch on his front of his head is. I'm trying to make this edge a little softer, but I'm failing.
Okay.
So I'm going back in with the more yellow. That's a little bit better. Okay, I'm liking that better. These brushes are getting in my way. Okay, I'm going to leave it for a second. I'm going to go in and put that eye in. Going in with my ivory black. And if you're working with a brush that's, you know, maybe it's a little bit older and you really need to twist it a little bit to make sure the paint stays right where you need it. And just like before, where I did a little circle around the eye, in this case, if you look really closely, and I'm going to zoom it out here, it's like a little light yellow, and let me get the black off this brush. It's a different kind of eyelid. And it's more like little, I'm taking titanium white and yellow ochre. Titanium white and cad yellow. And it almost looks like little tiny pearls around his eye. Here's where I need to hold my finger still.
All around the eye, onto the right side?
Yeah, if you look. You don't have to get nuts here. I mean, I'm just looking at fun little details.
And it's yellow ochre and...
No, it's cad yellow and white.
I really wish I had a mall stick. I've never used one, but...
Oh no, I use one in the studio, but sometimes.
I'm smearing paint all
This, you know what, if I was at a normal kind of situation where I paint like I paint, normally I don't paint off this, I don't have this much distance between me and my piece, and so this is a struggle for me too.
But we don't have to do that.
No, you don't. I'm just being silly. I'm just trying to get it in there. And I'm going to go back in here and go a little bit of the yellow right up next to his eye. And this little area that looks like I'm always looking for a shape, right? And I'm looking for this little shape and I see it. And I'm going to put this a little bit darker color.
Sorry, I'm gonna screw that up.
I know. I'm just trying to be really gentle, and I'm just trying to get that little shape in. The eyes should look like a little round ball.
Oh, he's really good at that.
Yeah, I know. I'm about to smear it all over the place. Smear it. And I'm going to put a little bit more in this area here. Now, if you look really closely, you'll see that there is some highlights on the front of his head. And I'm going in, since I've already got black down, it may be too light, but let's see what happens. I'm going in with pale violet. Might be too much. Probably is, but let's see. What was
Hey,
that?
guys, I was just sitting there looking. I was thinking everyone said, oh,
Made you jump.
She's worked that canvas so hard the last 2 days it gave up.
This is all. I'm using the King's Blue to do the highlight in the eye. Too much, so I'm going to go back and go in with black on the underneath. Being done with that, I'm not going to do any more on that eye. And I'm returning to the bill because, you know, I'm a glutton for punishment. I love it. I love it so much. I can't help it. And I'm putting the darker value, and I'm using cad, a little bit more cadmium, and a little bit, a tiny bit of black to make this darker value underneath here that's gonna stick.
Backgrounds really scrape off easy. I was trying to hold my steadiness with my fingernail and it
Yep.
took off my,
I'm tired of transporting this home.
took off the background.
Welcome to, yeah, it's a different medium. It is a different substrate. So I'm hearing some people say, it's nice, but. It's nice, but. Now, the only person here in this room is Diana, and she couldn't get her things in.
What do you mean?
She had
I couldn't get, I ordered, I thought exactly what you all have. And I got this medium texture on one side.
but it's canvas. She
Yes.
doesn't have the substrate, the same
Yeah.
substrate as we have.
So it's not the same.
Oh, gotcha.
I think it would be wonderful for certain things, but it definitely is something to get used to. Yeah.
Well,
Oh no, it's different. This is a harder medium, or it's a harder substrate for some.
Yeah, I think it is.
I think once that first, you block it in with paint, cover it with paint and let it dry, then you've got something to grab onto.
Yeah. It just
Yeah,
comes
I
off
find
really
it.
easily for me.
It's almost a waste of time if they gusset it.
Yeah.
Like it just didn't give you any traction.
Right.
That's right.
But it's like you butter when you paint on it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, I happen to be a big fan. I have been painting on this more and more.
It allows you to sculpt the structure of the paint.
Yes.
But I feel the need for a hairdryer.
Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna leave that for now. Move my way through the bird's body. I could even go up and start working a little bit more on the detail on these thistle, but I want to finish my bird. I'll look at him again. Bring it on it down. Okay. So I have a very, very bright yellow chest. And it would be silly for me to sit there with a little yellow tiny brush and just keep hitting that. So what am I going to do? I'm going to use a much larger brush and try to get it with a nicer stroke here. I'm first going to go in with straight cad yellow. I'm going to use a little tiny bit of oil. I've gone in with a larger brush. This happens to be a number 4 long flat series 279, which is a natural hair brush. I like the softer brushes when I'm trying to go light and trying to do coverage. So I'm going to go in here and if you watch, I'm actually moving in the direction that this breast is. So I'm not just filling it in, I'm actually letting that brush do the work and create some of that feathery.
I'm just straight cat.
Yeah, and I'm using straight cad right now. but I'm leaving the edges. If you notice, I've left a little bit of that edge around the front of the chest a little bit darker. Oh, what was
I
that?
dropped.
Oh, are you good?
Sorry.
It's okay. As long as you're
We're a
okay.
little jumpy.
And I'm putting a little bit here and hoping it will blend. You know, it is a straight on color, a very opaque color, but I've got enough of this other color. I'm hoping it blends, and it's doing it. It's doing it nicely. Okay. And then I've turned my brush over on the side so I can use that little sharper edge. And I'm just kind of pulling that into this a little bit. I'm good with that. Now, here's where I need clean titanium white. What's everybody doing tomorrow?
Sleeping.
Amen.
That's what I'm doing too. Y'all, I am taking tomorrow off from work, and me and my dog are gonna sleep late, and we're going for a hike. That's what we're doing. We're gonna go for a hike. All right, I'm taking just titanium white, straight titanium white, going in the lightest part of this bird's chest. And because this paint is already wet, it blends nicely. And you see how it just all of a sudden makes that part of the bird's chest pop. It doesn't come in, it doesn't translate as being white, but it's just makes it lighter.
So you had put straight cad yellow under?
Yep, so I put straight cad yellow down first, and now I'm bringing this white on top of it, which is making it, see the front of that bird's breast is just popping out. We all like it when our breasts pop out, right? Yeah. You knew I was gonna go there. You knew I was. You knew I was gonna go there. Okay. And I'm gonna put some more cad on the back again, on this bird. And run it down a little bit on the back. There's an area right between the two wings where the back, if he was to lift his wings up, his back would be yellow too. You'll see that there's just a little tiny bit of a stripe right here on the back where you see the other wing on the other side, just a little bit, and the other wing, the wing that you see here, and there's just a tiny bit of wing over here. Wow, I just touched that with the end of my, what was that? Okay, well, I'll fix that. Okay, so I'm gonna clean my brush off. Set this puppy on the side here. I'm gonna go back in with my smaller brush. This is the little pointed round. I'm going to get the other wing on this side, which that's the wing feather. And this is gonna come out a little bit more. Okay. So there's a little bit of fudging on my part, but it's okay, it'll work. It'll work enough, right, Ann? It will work. Work enough. So I'm going to take this little bit of, it's mostly white with just a little bit of cad yellow, and I'm going to go wispy, wispy, wispy right over this part of the wing where the light feathers are going over it. That's it. I'm not going to do a lot more of that. And if you need to, you can just clean your brush with and just put a little bit of oil on it. Go back just gently over some of that to make it softer. Sometimes, folks, oil, just straight oil, will help you soften something up. If you've already put the color down, but it's just too much, you can just take a little bit of oil and with a clean brush and just soften it up just a tad. That's what I'm doing. There's some interesting little patterns on the wing. It looks like he's got these little white pieces. Remember, it's not white. There's the whitest thing on this bird. It's nothing. He has no white on him, except this, there's this light bluish gray. It's where I'm going to do these little patterns on his wing. So I'm using this, and it's I used basically some of the sky color is what I'm using. You can use King's Blue, but whiten it up a little bit or gray it down just a little bit. And I'm coming in here and just going to be doing these little and remember, they kind of go down and they'll come back up. And see, almost like if you imagine it circles like that. And is everybody having a good time? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to go too much, not much later than that. A little bit maybe, but so sorry, I don't talk when I don't breathe. So I was putting those little pieces in there. So that's a good color. It's not, like I said, these little white lines that look like white lines are not, these little feathers are not white. They're kind of a gray. So try not to get too nuts here and make these white. There's always going to be, you won't want to.
They're beautiful how they're so scalloped.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful bird.
There was one day I was at work and the sky, it was probably about this time of the year, and in October I think the sky, the fall sky, is when it's the most beautiful. It's very intense in color, and I look up. And above me on a wire that is above my head is a bright yellow goldfinch, male. And it was so striking against the blue sky. Like you're looking up and there's this bright yellow spot against this bright blue sky. Kind of, I'm sure that was part of my inspiration for this particular piece. Okay. This area of the rump, this is the rumpy tail area right here. This is also not white, it is gray. So the color that I made, that I used over here, is very much like the color I'm going to use on the rest of this rump. There's actually some darker color in there too. There's interesting colors going on here. Remember, sometimes shadows and highlights are reflective light from what's surrounding the bird. And even the underneath of this bird's tail looks like it has reflective light, even though it's a shadow of the greens that's around it. If you really look, it looks very dark, but it's almost like it's got green in it. So I'm using some of the Celadon green.
know so much more about nature after this weekend.
Well, good.
So I'm a total city girl, and you are like a wildlife class too.
Well, thank you. Thanks. I eat this stuff up though. I know some of these kind of facts are boring to a lot of folks, but I've always been captivated by nature. All right, so I'm just kind of, I darkened this up under the tail, and I used a combination of the green and, believe it or not, even ivory black to give this underneath of this bird a little bit more oomph, a little bit more impact. If I have values that are too close to each other, then I need to change it. So I'm looking at this leaf behind me, and I may just kind of lighten it up a little bit, or just change it a little bit. You know, nobody has to know what it is. It's not even that important. It's just the colors needed to be different. So trust me, there's some days when I'm not really thinking about, well, what is this? I'm just worried about the value or the. So here's another one of those kind of things. I'm changing the value around the bird's tail so that I can make the tail stand out a little bit. So we might think that that might be a plant, who knows. There's a lot of stuff going on. Of course, I still have to finish some more of the plant life. I switch modes really fast. So I'm actually back in now, I'm into the plants because I couldn't help it. Sometimes I just do that. I'm just like, oh, let's get some. But I'm looking at it, and it just kind of took me from this area simply because, well, why did it do that? It did it because I needed it to bring the tail back into focus. I had too much close values. And I'm going to go ahead and bring this up a little bit. So I'm going to go back in here, lighten this up a little bit. Did I do that on this? It's funny, I keep checking both my references. I'm going to go ahead and make this a little bit lighter here. How's everybody doing? Do you feel like is this the easier piece for y'all?
No, this is the harder piece.
Really?
Yeah.
How's everybody else feel about this piece?
50-50.
Yeah.
Really? Is the bird or the foliage?
It's the bird.
Really? I would think that the indigo bunting would be harder because there was so much more different color in the indigo bunting compared to this bird.
I think the foliage on both of them are challenging.
Okay, fair.
I agree with that.
I'm not even thinking about the foliage. I'm thinking about the bird.
They're both hard.
Corn's hard.
Corn's hard.
I'd have had a better time with both pieces with the right tools. So the next time you're going to see a brand new kit.
She's going to be ready. She's going to be loaded for bear and ready to paint.
There's something about working with the yellow that, I don't know, for some reason I struggle with it.
Maybe because I was told I couldn't wear it. I always want to play with it. Sure, no, I can't wear it. I've been told too many times, you can't wear that color. But I want to.
But you like it?
I like the color.
Yeah.
But on my body, it evidently is not what I should be doing.
Having a hard time with my black on the top of the head. I
Okay.
can't get my yellow.
I'm going to come around. I'm going to come around and take a look-see.
I CAD yellow is not covering it.
Are you using the CAD yellow or are you using the yellow lake? And where are you having problem?
Here. See, I had too much black.
Show me where your CAD yellow is. Is it this?
Yeah, and that.
Let me see your tubes. The reason I'm kind of like, oh yeah, is that a CAD yellow light? What is your other CAD in there? Amarillo CAD lemon. Try this. Because sometimes you'll have colors that look very similar. I don't know that. Try that and see if that doesn't do it. And let's see what happens when you do it. There you go. Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe what you thought you probably were putting down was CAD and it was a semi-transparent color, because an opaque color should just knocked it out. So if you're seeing the dark showing up underneath it, you might look like CAD, but it doesn't behave like one. And sometimes the hues are like that. So a lot of folks might say, you know what, I'm just gonna get the CAD hues. And for a lot of my students, I have no problem with that. And unless you're just really having ethically, you're like, I do not want to work with heavy metals, I do not want to work with CADs. Okay, just make sure your color that you're using, if you're trying to do a CAD substitute, is also opaque. Again, look at the opacity of your colors. That looks good. This is a little bit, looks like you have like stitches. You might want to look at that. If the stroke might be more like, I'm going to show you here. It's going to be more like this. They're just like little scalloped edges.
Oh, okay.
Think of it more like each one of them is each one of these is a little tip on that
Okay.
because you're not going to want it to look like it's got stitches.
Yeah.
But I like your use of your colors though. Okay, you're getting the idea. Because you're using that reference too, so that's a little bit different. But yeah, you're doing it like that reference, like the painting reference. I'm kind of went with my bird, more like the one that's the actual photo of the bird.
A lot more white in your yellow.
Right. And I really went intense with the lightness on the yellow.
And I can change that.
That's easy. You just, if you already have CAD yellow down and it's wet, just add white on top and it will brighten it right up.
Okay, thank you.
I'm still on primary levels,
Okay.
right? So I got a lot of layering yet to do.
What colors do you have? Are your colors real colors now?
Yeah, but what I feel like is happening is the paint that was underneath, the cheap stuff, has so much water in it that it didn't dry. Like, look here.
It shouldn't be dry.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to use some cleaning techniques to like pull
I wouldn't
the
worry.
texture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a camel back. What's up here? You're gonna want to see that it's more like.
I thought that was a separate feather, or like where his feathers lay.
There is another wing on the other side, but his back is just a little bit. I see what you did here. I see what you did. Just bring this hump up. So where's your biggest brush? Look at your brushes. You're a mess.
I'm
girl.
a mess.
You are a hot mess. Let me see this guy right here.
I think messy. It's light.
I'm going to put a little bit of this in here. So this part of his head is more round. So let's put this and then this. So he's got more like, I got it a little bit too much.
That's okay. I can adjust his head.
So it kind of goes up and then down. Fill that guy in. And then you lost his little straight area here. So we can do. We're gonna give him a throat. Make make it that other leaf here. We're gonna pretend that's his other leaf. And then we're gonna, where's your Gamsol? I see it, but you're not using it?
Oh no, I kept knocking things over earlier. I'm clumsy.
Okay.
So, here you go.
Yeah, let's just put a little bit of that in there. Where's a paper towel? Paper towel. There we go, thanks. So when you're using good paint, probably let's go put a little bit more of this green, take some of this off here. And you could just make this part of the background.
Perfect.
What's the next biggest? Let's see. Oh, we've got some bigger brushes in here. You're used to using little tiny brushes, aren't you? Yeah, we're gonna get you some good brushes too.
Little repairs.
Huh?
Little brushes, yeah.
Yeah. So if you take full CAD and you just go right in here with a bigger brush and follow the length, the direction of his body. And so we go ahead, say we go really thick in here. Leave that darker edge there. Leave it dark down here. And like I can show you how to create even more shadow. You'll think, what? But being that this part of his body would be shadowed, then you can just bring that up in there a little bit. Then you get to where you use a lighter stroke. Then you can take straight on titanium white. Since we know that this paint is wet, we can do this because we can blend right on here. And this is hardly blending at all. There we go.
Oh, there we are.
There we go. I was getting worried there. I was like, why is this not blending? So I wipe a lot because there's a lot of paint here. And some of the lesser quality paint might be coming through here too.
I think that's
I'm
part
going
of
to put some of this in here.
Oh, that lit it up.
Yeah. Let it up, let it up. And so I'm using a really light stroke because I'm almost not even touching it because I'm just trying to blend it. And see, I'm taking paint off too. So that's the trick to layering paint. All right, and so you need to have a darker place for it to jump off of. And since this is the underbelly of this bird, yellow in shadow will often look kind of greenish gray or something. So that's why we went with this color. So you can use this combination of color in other areas to create some of the other dark details that you're going to lay the lighter color on top of.
Okay.
So now you're a little bit.
Get a little layering backwards.
There you go. There you go. That's probably what it is. How did that work? Are you good?
Thank you.
Abby?
Yeah.
It's working now. Yeah. Okay.
I like it better.
Okay. Yeah. You have to get up though. I like your pillow. Oh, it feels so good to sit down. Okay. Actually, the one I was using was this one for. All right. So you've got their. Let's see. What's your little brush? I'll just use this one. No, let's use this one. Yeah. Okay, so the green. Put a little bit of yellow in it. white. And a little bit of, I see though. There we go. So it's kind of like you almost look at it like it's a pineapple. I'm getting too much paint on it. And in this case, it's a lot lighter on, let's just say this whole side of it's lit up. Do you want to leave the, and in here, I think it looks like it's crisscrossed like a honeycomb. Mm-hmm. So if it looks like a honeycomb, just and then you see that there's like the darker. It's me always trying to get familiar with everybody's palettes. When I sit down to a new palette, I'm like, okay, what do we got? Where's our colors here?
That's gotta be really hard.
So I have to try to get a familiar. Okay. Then you're going to want to,
I know, mine's a disaster. I seem to feel that way until I get up and walk around for a few minutes, and then when I come back to it, I'm always a little bit surprised that it does look like a bird.
there you go. So I'm using the sharp pointy edge of your brush.
Mm-hmm.
Same here. Oops, don't press hard. And then you just keep bringing them in. Just get it. And bring the greens back in on the bottom here. And sometimes you won't see every little spike because you're looking at them right on head front. And then the same thing kind of goes with some of these. Some of them are, yours look more like little powder puffs when it's like a flatter flower, and sometimes, I mean, they go both ways. You can see, well, that one's kind of flat. That's one I took a picture of on my walk with Singer. I think I did that one too. That's your rainbow. That one was one I took off of the internet. That's one I took on my walk. But that's the idea. You're just gonna just make it, and if you get too much in one area, so you can see the sun is catching it on this side. So you can be a lot lighter on one side of this. And if you need to, you can go in a little darker. I'm always trying to figure out where you're. What is that color? What is that? It's brown.
How's Singer been doing on his own?
Oh, he's always glad to see me when I get home. Like I said, I'm taking the day off and just being with him. Since I kind of had to not be with him on his birthday. And Matt reminds me, because Mom, I don't think he cares. I don't think he knows. But I'm like, but I do.
Yeah.
it's his birthday.
I mean, dogs have no concept of like dates.
I know,
How
but
do they know that, though?
Good point.
well, the thing is, then I feel guilty when I see what all the other people that got these litters. Trust me, we all
Well,
stayed
Hannah
in.
bought her dog a litter, so.
I know, but that's her life. I mean, I don't have to do that.
She bought him a balloon.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Multiple.
Balloons.
I was
He likes balloons.
well,
surprised that she-
Singer likes balloons. He likes to pop them. He thinks that's a lot of fun.
Kind of like squirrels.
Oh yeah, he likes popping squirrels too. Oh lol, y'all, that just. He went after a cat today. Well, he didn't get it, but I'm sorry, but I like cats. I just don't like them in my yard because I don't have a cat. My family's allergic to them, and they kill so much birds and stuff. But now I've got one of those predatory beasts in the form of a dog who likes to kill squirrels, so gets its tit for tat.
Joelle wants to know if YouTube or Patreon has more full tutorials, or are they about the same?
They're different, Joylyn. They're different. You'll get more live streams on my YouTube that will become private for only for those members, and then I have full-length videos of my work on my Patreon channel, and it's only for the tiers. It's only for the top tiers that get the full-length videos. I think it's all but one tier gets that. So if you're more interested in the live streaming and getting together and talking, and that's the YouTube. Patreon's just videos. I don't get on and talk very much on that. So you get two different things. I have some people that are Patreon members as well as YouTube members. So, because they want all of that. They want it all. All right, that's the idea. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. But you can probably make it better. That's what I did on these.
Okay.
I like my bird on the one I'm painting now better than the bird I painted. I'm just saying. Okay, you're doing good.
What do you think?
I do like it. Nice job. You'll want to put some of the dark values in the feet though too.
Yeah, oh, I am. I'm not finished with those.
Oh, but that looks good. No, I like your colors. Good job. You'll want to put the detail in the beak too. Oh, nice. I haven't even put my tail hardly in yet. Yep, and you're doing well with the color again. I like that you don't overblend. Just know that these little things are just kind of like little scalloped edges. They're that light gray, so you can probably put a little bit more into that.
Black.
This stuff.
Yeah, but
Not black. They're just so tiny. They're just that's the only thing I can think to for nitpickiness.
well, I think we've got into something up there.
But that looks good.
Well, it is, 'cause I've
You're doing
seen
good.
this too, and Reeves has got a hand.
Boom. Okay, I think your colors look good. This is a little bit too uniform. You need to break that part up.
Okay.
But the underneath tail under here, you're going to get it a lot darker. But I'm just being nitpicky at this point. You also could stand to have your cooler, darker values in here.
Okay.
And that's when I was using the combination of yellow ochre and this color.
Okay.
So get in there and put that dark value in, and what that does, it'll make all this seem so much brighter.
Okay. And how about the head? It's all scratchy.
Okay, I think you're doing well because you're not over mixing, but you still have to bring your other values in. Right now you have light value, dark value, but you got in between values too.
Okay.
So you're going to want to so you have this very, very light, but then you've got to go in with a little bit of the yellow without the white in it.
Cad yellow light.
Yeah, cad yellow. And then you could use the same color. So let me show you just a little thing. So if I go like a little bit of this and put that, this is where I want to touch it. I know too. Say I put it in here. And you can use this color as some of the transition. And then, let's see here.
Do you want me to move?
No. I'm using it thick, but I'm not really getting the effect. There we go. Now you have 3 layers between those two. Now that was a really kind of a lame demo on that, but so like in areas like this, if you go ahead and put this color in and leave that darker value up there,
Okay.
then you've got that mid-tone. This is your cad yellow.
Yeah.
Go
Oh,
on.
that's light.
Cad yellow light, yeah. But see, now I can put that on top, but I'm still leaving some of that dark edge.
Oh, okay. And I can leave the impasto, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
it's feathers?
because it's feathers.
Oh, cool.
And that makes it
Thank you
easier.
so much. for
Okay,
that.
good.
Thank you.
Here, sure. Okay, is everybody doing okay? Did I get to everybody? All right. And I walked off with my cup, and I don't know what I did with it.
It's here by Paula.
Oh, my very important
It's
cup.
got the lipstick on it.
That's it. That's how you know it's mine. My lipstick.
Joylyn was saying she likes having both Patreon and YouTube because they're unique.
Well, thank you, Joylyn. I like it when people have both too. But no, it is, in all honesty, it's 2 different things. So, you know, depending on what you're wanting, like I said, a lot of folks like to be on both. The YouTube part is a little bit newer to me. But I need to start throwing more time into my Patreon because they've been with me a long time.
In your spare time.
Yeah. Yeah, they've been with me a good long time. Oh, here I'm sitting here looking at this. Why don't I have a reference? Okay, that little tail. I still got to get some of the lighter feathers in the tail. Again, I'm not going in with white. I'm going in with gray. Even though those feathers are white, we wouldn't see that. And I see a little skinny. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to put a little bit more white in it on the edges. There, that's all I'm going to do on that. I got to still do a lot on my little prickery thistle things here. All right, there's still more I have to do on the face too, on this bird. I'm going to go in with the cad yellow and titanium white. Right here, I'm going to come down. So now, folks, when you're putting in your colors, and I saw it with Anne's piece, you got to look for the subtle shifts in the color. It's easy just to say I have my light and my dark color down and then be done with it. But there's in-between colors too. So I'm putting in the cad yellow at the top of the pole or the top of this bird's head. I'm gonna use my green gold and yellow ochre, kind of going in this area around the eye, straight back to the back of the head. Then I'm going to go in with a little bit in between color. Oh yeah, that's good. And then if I want to make it really, really pop, I can take titanium white, since I already went with straight cadmium yellow on the top, and lighten it up even further. And since I'm getting really thick and impasto up here, I've got to really kind of blend it a little bit. Because I don't necessarily want it to look like white feathers on the top of his head. I need it to look like light yellow feathers. So I had to blend that color in just a little tiny bit. Okay. I keep picking up a little bit of my magenta that's in my flower behind him, the thistle, and that's not a good thing because I do the sizzle.
Sizzle.
We got to get all our pictures, guys. I got to get lots and lots of pictures of everything. I've been bad enough at not taking as many pictures as I should. Hopefully my son's doing it. Hint, hint.
I heard that.
Okay.
Matt doesn't miss a lip.
No, he doesn't.
Good young man.
He is.
Click.
Thank you,
What do
Matt.
you think with it?
Click, he got a picture.
Oh, I thought you said
Take pictures of my people doing their things. That's gonna be on. That's going on the internet, baby.
I need wardrobe, I need makeup.
I know, right? It's like
Yeah, where's glam?
I know.
Still friends out of the stream.
What, Matt?
I was saying, let's stay still friends out of the live stream.
Do what about what?
Can you do that?
Yep.
You could do what?
I was making a joke, but it lost its effectiveness.
What did you say?
I was implying that instead of taking photos, you could just take still frames out of the screen.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
But obviously, that would be not as good as the photos, so that was what the joke was.
I thought you were saying you could Photoshop us all to look gorgeous.
Oh, I do that. I'll do that, girls. Don't worry about it. We'll all look fabulous. I'm like the queen. I'm the queen of filters and.
Yeah, Sue, I downloaded your app and I filtered a picture of myself at Grandparents' Day where I looked 112.
Oh.
And my daughter-in-law, she goes, okay, you know I love you, and I'm just being honest, but oh my God, like, don't.
Oh no, my kids always tell me,
It
stop.
looks like you have really bad work done.
There is a subtle,
She did.
there's a subtle line between like face tuning and
Less
just,
is more.
yeah, Matt says less is more.
Yeah, being tighter
But I
than-
am doing better, right, Matt?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I am.
Yeah.
I am. Say, yes, Mom, you are. You're amazing. Like,
You look bad. You don't have to filter your stuff.
yeah, I know, you're right. I just,
Did you filter it, Joey?
I filtered the heck. I look like I was 4.
she went back in time.
That's so funny. I want to see that one.
Oh, God. She's like, oh, please take it down.
That's okay. I get that too sometimes. So.
All right, Jolie wants to know what we're going to do for Halloween.
Oh my goodness. Let's turn that over to Matt Justis.
Nah, I think you explain it better.
No, you're better at it. Joylyn, Halloween is a huge deal at my house. My son, Matthew Justis, is like the king of Halloween.
Just so you know.
just so you know, we have upwards of 1,200 kids come to our house for Halloween. It's a steady flow of people from what time? At 5 o'clock on?
4, 3.
Yeah, that's starting earlier.
Last year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was great having Anne with us because she handed out candy. That way I could just.
What did you dress up?
I was a witch. I just had, I always have black clothes and a hat. My usual.
Whether it's Halloween or not.
It was so
And you
much
should be
fun.
the good witch, put a white
Oh,
fluffy dress on and a
yeah, there you
crown.
go.
That would be you.
But I highly suggest you come by and either just stop by or volunteer to help. It's a lot of work.
I'd like to do that.
It's so much fun.
I just tell people if you come, there's stipulations. You got to get there at a certain time, or else you won't be able to get up there. You have to bring candy and you have to bring food to eat, and something to drink, and a lawn chair. Because once you get in, you can't really get out.
Yeah, I hardly got in even.
Because they should be closing down our street, I think.
They put up a sign that says congested area.
Yeah, no shit.
That's okay. You can say that word. That word's not going to get us in trouble. There's other words that get us in trouble, but you'll be all right.
That's a first, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately.
And I thought it would be me.
I thought it would be me. But that's hilarious.
And the other thing about Halloween, it was so adorable. I was in tears the whole time.
Aww.
Not sad tears, but those little kids are so cute.
And they're polite.
They just make me all teary all night long.
I know, they're so
They're
sweet.
so sweet, and they're so polite, and they're so excited, and
The ones that go,
thank you. Yeah,
they're such a sweet.
they're adorable.
So if you plan on coming, only come if you can bring all the stuff. Otherwise, I don't want you coming.
I hear
I'm just
you.
saying. Don't be
saying.
coming and taking up a chair. And
It's totally worth it.
it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of people coming through. And really, I just want.
Rest up.
I don't. I just sit out there and drink and eat and watch everybody else work. It's basically my whole.
Yeah.
That's what happens. That's what I do.
It's a great time.
It is a great time. We have a good time. Then one year when Kathy still lived here, and for those who don't know, Kathy is my really sweet dear friend who lives in Arizona. So when I went to Arizona, that's where I went to stay. Anyway, she brought these cookies that look like fingers.
Oh no.
They were shortbread cookies, and they had fingernails. What? I forget what it was. But it was gross, but like so good. They were good and they looked like real fingers.
And she made them?
Yeah, Kathy's,
Fingers, oh my gosh, how cute.
she did make them and they were really tasty. If you like shortbread, and it was delicious.
Wow.
She also makes really good deviled eggs.
Nice.
Because when she makes deviled eggs, she puts jalapenos and bacon bits on them. Candied jalapeno, they're little candied jalapeno
Yeah.
things. Oh, she's got the best hard-boiled eggs. Or,
She's gotta move back here.
Yeah.
you know, she really does, because I need hard-boiled eggs made
She
properly.
can't stay alone. She has to move.
Yeah.
Well, I'm always hopeful. But she's got a good little gig there, you know. She's got her daughter and grandson in there.
I saw a charcuterie board on Facebook where you set one of those Dollar Tree skeletons, those little
Yeah.
plastic ones up on the plate, and you drape pieces of prosciutto over it.
Ooh.
Yes, I saw
Isn't that
that.
upsetting?
Oh my God.
It looks so good.
Like gross, like you're eating
Yeah,
flesh
like
off the
sitting
bones.
there, and then you lay all your stuff underneath.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's like you're eating that out of the skeleton.
Oh. Well,
Lovely.
I guess that would be nice if you're into eating the flesh off of things.
You could just get a pig carcass and roast it.
Well, yeah.
You could get a what?
Like a whole pig.
Just go full Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Hi. Okay, so I'm switching modes. Oh yeah, I got legs to do here too. You know, I'm gonna do feet because you know how much I love doing bird feet. Bird feet, the best.
They shouldn't get to have feet.
Nice.
Poor little girl.
I'm sorry, bird, but Anne said we're just gonna have to take these off.
No more feet for you birds.
I remember there was a what was it? I guess it was a robin when I lived in Nashville, and it only had 1 foot, and it was I'd see it all the time, and it seemed to be doing just fine with its life with 1 foot.
Well, they say animals do not get freaked out like humans do over losing appendages.
Well, but a bird would probably need that other appendage, especially if part of the way they eat is they pull worms out of the ground, right?
Oh, okay.
So if they have to land, like some birds that are ground feeders, like doves, they eat seeds like chickens or doves and things that eat on the ground, wouldn't do as well than say a bird like a cardinal that eats mainly seeds and berries and it's in the trees because it's already got the protection plus it's just different. I'm going.
Thinking that way.
Yeah, it just depends on how they do things.
Well, I used to think if you'd see a dog, you know, without a leg, oh, that's just horrible. But they just hop right along there.
Right.
Think anything about it. They're like, yeah, come on, let's go.
There's a little mama cardinal that's been living at our house up in Kingsport for about 5 years. And all 5 years, she's only had 1 leg.
Right.
The other one's broken and she's dangling by a thread. And it has yet to fall off, so I guess it's still got blood supply. It's just broken and it swings when she flies.
Aww.
She's fine. Don't
Yeah.
hurt her.
But that's what I'm saying. Something like a cardinal or a bird that eats mainly seeds and berries, they don't have to. They can perch and hold on to. You know, it's a different situation than say like a robin. But the robin seemed to be alive. I mean, I don't know how. I just was amazed at how it lived. It seemed to be doing fine. Yeah, who knows?
She's just a little bit more jumpy than the other birds.
Is she?
Yeah, something probably jumped up and bit her leg off.
But she's fine.
Yeah.
She has her babies every year and she brings them to eat at the bird feeder every year.
Oh.
That's sweet.
She's fine.
Oh, nature has a way of taking care of things. Either it doesn't, or it does or doesn't, you know? Either they survive or they fall victim to something else and it feeds something else. All right, I'm doing my little bird feet here, folks. So I always start off when I do bird feet, my middle tone, then I do my dark tone, and then I do my last, the lighter tone.
And we're doing the bead colors.
But they're very similar. The feet are very similar to the bead colors, yes.
I'm digging that I found a little tiny brush that can do the thistle things.
Oh, good. I'm going in.
Life changer. In other words, avoiding the feet.
I hear you. And I get it. Yeah, I'm always curious. I mean, I always want to hear other ideas of workshops you want to have. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Be done. Oh, put some dark values underneath it.
Pastoral.
Okay. Pastoral sounds nice. And the nice thing is a workshop on landscapes would be kind of nice in that it would be, I don't know, refreshingly relaxing. I don't think it'd be as hard to do. Or at least for me. I guess I look at it that way. It's kind of more relaxing, less hard.
What is it? Because it doesn't really have to look like.
Right, if you do
Something
a
like a
tree
bird.
versus the tree, it's
Yeah.
still a tree. Now, if you don't do the beak right on a bird, it's completely wrong, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Good answer. Yes, it's completely wrong.
I would like what Abby said, but with just sheep or lamb, just, I think that would be something.
Yes.
What
Mhm.
now? With sheep or?
Sheep or lambs or cows or something.
Right. All right, we'll see if I could do some little stuff on this.
That's what I meant by pastoral too, to have like that kind of feeling, you know, that
Mhm.
sheep, lamb,
It's peaceful,
cows,
sweet, really.
countryside.
Reeves, have you done a pastoral scene? We did, didn't we?
Reeves does beautiful
Yeah.
pastoral.
It's my favorite thing to do.
I'm so good at it.
I'm also now going back in and doing my little spikes on my,
What color did you use for the little spikes on the?
I'm using a very pale light green, kind of a greenish gray.
Are you talking about thistle spikes?
Yeah. And if you look too, on the ends of your, the plant itself has like little spikes.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, that's why mine looks funky there. I just went and covered up all the white that was on there, I should have left it.
I mean, you don't have to put everything in, but the plant itself is just a very, you know, the fact that the bird even finds a way to get in there to deal with this thing, it must be really good. It's like,
Really motivated.
yeah, right? It's like you really got to want to get in that thing pretty bad. Do want to get into the spikiness of this. Kind of makes me glad I'm not a bird. I don't have to eat a thistle. It's like the porcupine of the plant world.
I'm gonna start looking for them now. They're all over the place.
Oh, yeah. Did you go walk last night?
No, I was terrible.
Okay. Because I could tell you where to find where I took some of the pictures.
Yeah.
Is the green belt a safe place to walk still?
I don't know. I always hear these stories that most people don't want to walk it, you know, by themselves.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I don't go on the green belt. I used to run on the green belt, but when I was running, I never ran that alone.
It's not safe.
Yeah, I just, you always hear these stories.
Where's the green belt?
All over.
Oh,
It's all over town.
I didn't even know about it.
It's beautiful. I mean, it's a nice walk. I mean, I used to have a 10-mile run that took me all the way to the exchange place from my house.
And that's the road that I used to walk Cody and Leo on, or the part of it,
Right.
and didn't think a thing about it until I started hearing the stories.
Right, but you also had dogs with you too.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care how little or big your dog is. If you have a dog, it's enough of I think, of a deterrent.
Yeah, I think so too.
What size brush is that?
This is a number 2 pure sable, series 99. It's just a nice pointed round. And yeah.
What stories are you talking about? Some of the ones up at the roots, those guys breaking the
lose themselves sometimes in the distance.
I remember when I was in college, I was waiting at the bus stop. Because I used to work at Grady's. And I was waiting on the bus stop, waiting for my ride, and this guy came by, kind of like a creepy guy, and he rode up in the car, threw back his towel, and there he was. And he looked at me like I was supposed to go like, ah! And I just stood there and looked at him and just started laughing. I said, really? Dude. And I hope it caused shrinkage on his part. Just the fact that I laughed at him. I just laughed. I just couldn't believe that somebody would actually do that to me. Like, it was just like, are you for real? I always heard about people like you. I said, that just made... I just thought it was hilarious. Like, that's just sad. You know?
Put that thing away.
Oh, goodness. I want to say something so bad, but I'm trying to behave. I'm trying to behave. Oh, that's I'm not going to. I'm going to be so good because, you know, even though YouTube will always ask, is this for children? It's like, oh hell no. No, this is not for children.
If you click that, it turns off the ability to do a mini player in the mobile app, and it's the most annoying thing ever.
Well, don't worry, I'm not doing that.
If you do what, say something bad?
No, if you click not made for kids, you shrink your ads. You don't have any ability to do ads.
Yeah, but if I say that it is for kids, it doesn't allow me to do other things too.
Right, but the most annoying thing for the viewer is in the mobile app, if you try to swipe down to look at other videos and have it playing, it will pause it. It says mini player is disabled for videos made for children. It doesn't explain why. And there is no sense to it. It just,
I didn't know.
Yeah, it just cuts off the mini player.
Isn't it amazing how much technology has all of our life?
Right? And you know what's even sadder? What happens if you forget your phone to go out?
Panic.
You go into this like, yeah, you panic. You're like, oh my God, I don't have my phone. It's crazy.
Sure. And every single person, I know this from some of my corporate research, every single person looks at that phone every 3 to 10 minutes all day.
Yep.
iOS now will track how many times it's screen time feature, and it will tell you in a report and a chart how many times you picked up your phone, what categories you spend your time in. It's not creepy to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, and I depend on my phone does my checking. I pay bills. I do so much off my phone that if I had to just sit down and write checks all day one day to pay off, I would be like, what? When you just automatic draft, you do all this, you think about everything that you do. And honestly, I mean, even just the fact that I have, well, whether it's YouTube or whatever, I mean, I guarantee anybody who puts something onto my YouTube, they never have to wait very long before I answer it back.
Yeah.
And whether it's YouTube or emails or text messages, I know they're designed to like, you should just get to them when you have a moment. But it's like, again, an anxiety thing. I don't like getting behind. And I don't like to leave people waiting. So I'm always like, boom, answer that email, answer that text message, answer that whatever.
Well, that's also great customer service when you do that.
That's right.
Okay, let's just go with that.
No,
I don't think it's an anxiety thing at all.
No, people appreciate that. They want information immediately and you give it to them.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing,
Okay,
I think.
I'll go with that. I want to say that too. All right, so right now I'm just looking over my piece and I'm putting little tiny details where I think they're kind of fun to put. And remember, these plants are spiky. They're spiky and they're sharp and all those words. Yeah, I always think back on the weird things that happen in college, you know, a similar kind of situation that happened when I was in school. I was on the bus going to Grady's, and it's oftentimes you always saw the same people on the bus. You know, they're all riding to work or to wherever, to their home, and I always sat with this little older lady because she was safe and she was very nice. And if she saw me, she'd even save a seat. And I would sit with her. Her name was Dolores. She was an older lady. And one day, I get on the bus, and Dolores was there, but there was this man sat in my seat. And I didn't say anything, because I mean, he got on there first or whatever, and Dolores gave me this look like, you know. And I thought, well, it's okay, it's all right, I mean, I don't mind. And so the guy thinks he's being a real gem, and he gives up his seat to let me sit. Well, then he stands over me and starts talking to me in a way, and I mean, I don't mean to sound, I hope this doesn't sound racist, but I'm just to tell the story. He was of Middle Eastern descent, and eye contact is sometimes an issue with different cultures, okay? And I maintain eye contact when I talk to people. But it was like he was looking at the top of my forehead. It was weird, like he was not looking me in the eye, but he was looking at my forehead. And he starts talking to me in a way like, just saying things like, you are beautiful, in my culture, we would want, he's just started talking to me where I was feeling uncomfortable. Yeah. But I was also in a sitting position, and he's standing over me. So I'm already feeling somewhat threatened by this guy. So I'm just saying, thank you, I'm not interested really. But he wouldn't stop. Wouldn't stop. And he just was not, he was being disrespectful in the fact that I said, I'm done talking to you. I don't need to talk to you anymore, and you need to leave. So finally I stand up and I said, do you know what I did yesterday? And this is, you have to remember, my degree's in agriculture, animal science. I said, I spent my whole day yesterday castrating pigs. And that wasn't a lie, okay?
So you might be next.
I said, I spent my day yesterday castrating pigs. How much you weigh? About 150 pounds? Piece of cake, mister. Back off. Just back off.
Oh my gosh.
And he just looked at me like, you evil American woman. Don't you? But I just was like, and even Dolores was like, good job.
If you ever go to Egypt with me, you save that speech, honey.
Oh, right?
Because we'll need it. Yep.
Yeah. So you know what I'm talking about then.
I do, yeah.
And it's weird because I think in that culture, eye contact is considered invasive or something. And so yeah, it was just kind of weird that I had to deal with this person, and that they just didn't respect when you say thank you, but no thank you.
Well, what do they do in Egypt?
All the women are probably very submissive.
They're very submissive, and they generally don't form a lot of eye contact with women because typically that's the only part of their face they see. Many are wearing hijab or whatever. So I find that, and when I go to the Middle East, I notice that same thing. It's almost like you're spoken to like you are objectified.
Yeah.
And not in the same way you see it here.
He's not talking with me, he was talking at me.
Right. Yeah. Very much on a shelf.
Oh.
My neighbor, he was from Egypt, but he wasn't like that. He looked at you and he was the sweetest person ever.
I think there's that international thing where when your mama raises you right,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing? Tell me what parts you're working on.
Not sure. What parts?
What's the parts?
Moving around.
Okay, I'm moving around too, and I'm putting little details, little lighter values, kind of checking all my values. And it's funny because I'm looking at my painting, I'm looking at my real life photographs of these plants, and I'm trying to come up with something in between. Trying to correct for values that are too close. If the value's too close, you can change it by, if it's too close, you can do two things. You can either change the temperature or change the value. Or you can do both. Really mix it up. But at this point, I'm just kind of moving around. I'm actually feeling like I'm going to be finished soon. Look at that. It's only 2:35. I'll be able to help everybody else.
Yay.
Okay.
My canvas is getting tired of working.
Is it your canvas?
It's full of paint and it just wants to dry out.
Dry up. You almost sound like you're from Tennessee. You go,
I'm getting
Iowa
there.
girl. You little Iowa girl. You're just talking like you're from Tennessee. You must be hanging around Diana. You're hanging around Diana. So you have to, if you're talking like Diana, you have to slow it down a little bit.
Talking more of a South Carolina accent.
You think?
Yeah.
See, because I said, no, she was born and raised here in Kingsport, Tennessee.
That's
I
right.
think I've gone with the weeds.
But you have a very lilting, beautiful way of speaking.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Abby has a little beautiful way too. Abby.
Yes.
It's so
Okay.
genteel.
Find love in your town today. Okay, so guess what? We're getting all kinds of messages here. So,
Reported that one.
yeah, you already reported that. Thank you. Because I found out there's a mega.com says, oh, not only just was it, should I say it? I probably shouldn't say it out loud.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
I don't, not that I'm afraid to say it. It's just I don't want to give them any credit on I'm not going to say it. But a particular site said, find love in your town today. All right. Okay. And then Joylyn said, oh my God, you're all mental? She asked if we were mental. Yeah, a little bit.
She's just now asking.
Because we're having fun. And then Joylyn says, I live in the woods, so only coyotes are out at night here. You guys have such fun. Have such fun. I guess she was talking about Halloween. She doesn't have, but coyotes come visit her. Now we have like upwards of 1,200 children. I'm going to apologize up front that.
I've never seen a crowd like that.
And you probably I can't remember if there's was there any year that was even busier than, Matt, that you remember?
Usually about the same. Even through COVID, it was pretty busy.
Yeah.
Really? I can't get over that.
I don't want to call them customers. I don't know what to call them, but we get
Customers.
and those trick-or-treaters is the term.
Pretty much customers, they're serious, those kids are serious.
Well, their parents are.
Yeah.
And I was coming along that wasn't that big of a deal. Trick-or-treating.
Oh no, when I was a kid, we lived for that. And we had in New York State, tell me if you remember, Jerry, do you remember Mischief Night?
Yeah.
Was the night before Halloween.
Really?
And God bless you. And Mischief Night meant you went out and did bad things. You soaped windows. We used to soap windows, toilet paper, TP people's yards. You did bad things, but you weren't vandalizing. You just did stupid stuff. I remember we had chickens and we always had lots of eggs.
They wouldn't sell eggs on Halloween or the day before.
No, oh yeah, you're right. For Mischief Night, they stopped selling eggs. You couldn't get eggs, so we had chickens, and we always had eggs. And then the other thing that kids would do, and this is terrible, they would put Clorox bleach in water pistols. So you would end up with pants that were just streaked. Your clothes, you knew what was going to happen, so you just wore clothes you didn't care. And you just have like the Clorox, I remember the Clorox and I didn't do that, the water pistols, but I did save eggs. And we had a lot of eggs. And we just
That
threw.
was so much fun.
It was good life.
I was a bad girl.
Mischief Night was the fun night.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Reeves. It's right, still waters run deep.
Serious to be
Even when we were girls, we didn't like, we egged our house. Yeah.
Yeah, we were indiscriminate about our egging. We just egged everybody.
Yeah. And egg cars.
You egg cars, I knew some kids that would do terrible stuff that was bad. I wasn't one of those kids, but I knew people who got the air let out of tires.
Sugar gas tank.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't even know kids that did that, but
No, we never did that kind of stuff.
we didn't do destructive, like, we weren't criminals, we were just mischiefy. That's what they called it, mischief night. And then when I moved to Tennessee, they didn't have mischief night here.
I've never heard of this.
We've got enough of that going on, I guess.
Yeah.
About that.
It's like that.
Because I know one of the things that I found out that people did here, and I guess I just thought that was a weird thing, they would take bats to people's mailboxes.
Yes.
And I'm like, dude, what?
Yeah.
Like a baseball bat. And people would drive by in cars and just go whack,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
whack, and just do that to people's, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah, they do that in Florida with fish bats.
Fish bats?
Yeah,
What is that?
it's a thing you use to exterminate the fish.
Plus a crap out of fish.
Oh,
I know, isn't that terrible?
makes me glad I'm not a fish. Although, you know what? I don't think I could ever give up, I don't know. I know that I just didn't mean to change the subject, but if I had to make my own food, I don't think I could eat beef or chicken because I don't think I could kill
I'm
it.
with you.
But I think I could always go fishing and I could always eat fish. Although,
I could do that, yeah.
but
I don't know what kind of cranky person I would be if you took beef away from me.
right, I'm a meat eater yeah, not.
I'm anemic, so I get to the point sometimes where my husband says I'm almost like a vampire.
Like I'm craving it. Well, Hannah does that too. My daughter tends to be anemic as well. And now, I just like it. I just like it. I don't have an excuse. I just like meat. But yeah, I don't think I could be easy for me to give it up. If I got to know the animal, no way. No way.
Yeah, sometimes when I travel overseas, it really is unfortunate that you can't take anything on a plane anymore because you end up drinking bottled water and eating crackers the whole way because you're afraid of,
When I went to Mexico, I was so prepared thinking, I'm going to get diarrhea. I just know it. And I went with all the drugs. I went with Imodium. I went with anti-nausea medication. I went thinking, fully expecting myself to have an issue.
All the drugs.
Yeah.
That's for the return trip.
But you know what though? I did drink bottled water. I didn't eat from the trucks, the food trucks, because they cook a lot of food right on the street in Mexico. I didn't eat any street food, but I did go to the Mercado de Coyoacan, which is right there by Casa Azul, by Frida Kahlo's house, right down from Frida's. I went to this really neat market and ate all kinds of really good food. And I drank bottled water, but I probably would have drank bottled water anyway. I never had a problem, knock on wood. Now I was in Mexico City, which is the largest city in North America. And so I'm sure that they've, it's not like I'm drinking well water.
I don't know. They're not known to be, it's like sanitary in Mexico City.
Right.
Mexico City was very sanitary.
I would love to go. but-
Mexico City is gorgeous.
Eat, drink, everything inside Mexico and you'll be fine.
Have you ever been sick on food from another country? I'm just curious. Because she travels all over the world. Anne's been to every Olympics. She's covered every Olympics.
No, I just eat everything in sight.
I would if I was,
Pretty
I mean,
much.
I like to try different things.
Yeah,
I think
I've
it's
never
really
gotten
good.
sick.
Well, and when we went to Russia, I'll be honest, at the time, it wasn't the cleanest place. I would as soon eat in Mexico as I would Russia, but we
Really?
didn't get
Wow.
sick over there. I got sick on lead paint. We were painting with lead paint in a real enclosed area, and oh my
In Russia?
God, I was sick.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, it was a mission trip.
Sounds like an adventure.
Uh-huh.
And it was just, ooh, their paint was awful.
I'm glad you got out. Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad I got out of there.
Yeah.
Live to tell the tale.
Yeah.
And now we all know the tale.
That's
of,
Except me, I'll have to hear.
Oh, it was just, and I went over there on my honeymoon too. We had a really good friend that lived over there, and at the time it was very safe. But I wouldn't go over there.
No.
Russia would kill.
I've been buying fine art Bibles, that's sort of my thing, from over there recently to try to save some of them. And I mean, it's amazing the culture in some of those cities and how old it is. So,
Well, and I got to go to the Hermitage, and they've got a lot of beauty.
you went where?
The Hermitage, isn't that what it's called, Hermitage?
I don't know what that
It's
is.
where, Catherine, the,
that's great,
her summer home or winter home, or one of those homes.
Right, one of her houses, one of her places.
Yeah.
Okay, how's everybody doing? I mean, at some point, you just have to say, okay, I'm done.
yeah.
I'm kind of getting
For
there.
today.
For today.
For today.
I'm gonna walk around and see how everybody's doing.
I need feed help.
What do you need?
Feed help.
Feet help. Ew, it would have to be feet, Ann. Are you cold or just a wee bit cold? Look at, she's got a scarf on. She's got. Do you need some mittens?
I'm trying not to get paint all over my.
Good job.
Because you're so tiny.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
You
just
did
a
that
baked potato.
And you're leaving feet for last too?
A big girl like that.
Oh, you didn't get the feet. You little bit. You're a feet weenie. You're just like me. You're like, oh, yeah, I don't want to do bird feet. I don't want to do bird feet.
I kind of love her.
Okay, then this is the deal. Everybody give your painting
No.
to Diana. Because she likes bird feet. That looks good. You're doing good. Doing good. Everybody's just, yeah, look at all the little spiky things happening here.
Too thick. I just couldn't.
I know, it's hard. And that just comes from practice with a light hand. To get your spiky things light, don't just dip once, and just don't load your brush once thinking you could just use that same load and do all your spikes. Because then you find yourself pressing harder to get more paint out of your brush, and then you get fat spikes.
Well, I need to go back in and kind of negative,
You can.
make them thinner.
You can. And don't forget, you got to put these leaves back in.
Right. I
Okay.
was afraid. I
You're-
was very afraid.
Don't be afraid. Be bold.
Go for it.
I'm dealing with the, oops.
Your flowers are kind of interesting because they don't look. Stop. You're just making a bigger mess. You got to wash the brushes off.
Yeah.
All right, so the next workshop, you're going to have an actual container of your damn salt because you can't wash your brushes off just by.
I'm not using the big ones normally, so.
Oh, you
I've
have your
learned
little
a lot.
hand wrapped up today.
Yeah, a couple hours ago,
Started,
I quit with medication, so it'll
kicked in.
Yeah.
Got in.
Yeah. But this one matured very well today. She
Did it just settle in?
He still needs more coats, right? But I'm pleased at what happened with him today. But with this one, I think I've just got to stop and let it really dry out. And then these kind of need to be.
Yeah.
That's just kind of background color, I think.
Right. But you've got your shapes are weird. This is not. That's weird. That's like not even. You're gonna have to make that like it's like a ball. Think of it more like a ball, not like a palm tree.
Okay.
And then you're gonna want to see. It's like I come over here and I hate your stuff.
She just wants to fix me.
I'm just always fixing. No, it's just that it's like the stuff is not good.
Right.
So okay, so I'm gonna pretend there's a ball in here. And I'm going to grab a little bit of the brown, a little bit of the green, mix it together. Hang on.
Super hard with all that on there to get
Right.
enough touch without a.
Then I oftentimes will go in with a little bit of a darker blue. And then you can even go with a little bit of lighter on the outside. So I'm just going in with yellow because I know it's going to blend.
get his little belly worked out a little bit.
You got a little too
more
much white in
space.
there.
We kind of had to reframe here because he'd lost space between the.
Right.
Yeah, so.
That's okay.
Pretty quick.
But I wanted to show you, so you can go back in here and easy peasy fix your shapes. So this stuff over here, no, it goes away.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, unless you're just doing the green that's around it. So I'll put this one down because this is now my green brush. And I'm finding a brush. Look at you. Jeez, girl. Okay, my gosh. Okay, here's my cleaning brush. You have like a million brushes. So on your flowers, you can go in with a purple. This is dioxazine purple. Then go in with your magenta. Yeah, this is like really weird. I can feel the chalkiness.
Right, that's
the crap.
That paint.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what that is.
I can even feel this stuff I borrowed dry on top of.
Right. It's a bad situation.
Yes.
So the thing is, this is, if you really want to know what we need to do, I would rather you start over and have a good product. I mean, I'd hate for you to invest a whole lot more time in something that is probably, I mean, we can make it look good, but.
We'll see how she dries out tomorrow. And the purpose for me this time was just to kind of have a good time and learn. And I've learned a lot more than I thought I would.
Good.
Bravo, Paula, that's great.
I had no intention on selling or.
That's kind of the idea, okay? So like on all these, you'll want to make this more like a round ball. And so I put the darker value here because our light was coming in on this side. It's lighter on this side and cooler on this side. That's the idea. So then I would go back in with,
Here's a frost advisory for tomorrow.
Really? Cold, huh?
Well, this morning when I left the house, it was
Maybe it's like
cool.
push of dust.
it is, it's really weird.
Now, I don't know if that.
Oh no, it was,
Was it colder than that at your office place?
Yeah, Nana said that when she went to go get the paper this morning,
it was 30 something here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
my car was a lot worse than over. Was it really?
No, it was in the garage, that's why I said I didn't know if it was because my car was in the garage.
Just go ahead and go in there with some white. Just gonna go ahead and do it, girl. Isn't it funny how I cannot be afraid with somebody else's
That's
piece?
okay. Like I said, I had no expectation this time. I just wanted to come experience it.
I'm glad you did,
Next
honey.
time I'll have more of an expectation myself, but.
Well, each time I think you learn something. Or I did.
I think realism is one of the most difficult genres. Like I can reproduce a cubist piece in a couple hours, anybody's, even a Dolly. But realism has a whole different sense to it. You paint it and then you have to make sure it looks like it's living.
Yeah, it's gotta look like something.
Yeah, you gotta give it the spark. And if it doesn't have, you can't quit until you get that, yeah.
It's gotta be hard.
I do see it's interesting to watch a group like this do all the same thing. And
But
they're-
you still have all their own flair.
Right, and there's been different phases where you look at other people's work and you see how they put the spark in it. Yeah.
I don't know how to capture the spark, but.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah,
Okay.
you do.
The thing is, I look at the one that you just sold.
Yeah.
And you know, and it was funny because there was a little joke going on Facebook, the one of Rocky,
Rocky.
and how it was so purple.
Uh-huh.
And just because I might not have been enthralled with all the purple that you had in it, it doesn't mean it's a bad piece, right?
Yeah.
Just because I don't agree with it, that's kind of still the true thing about art, whether it's realism or whatever, impressionistic work, cubism, surreal, whatever it is. It's going to appeal to somebody. Somebody's going to like it. Somebody's even going to buy a turkey vulture painting. Somebody's even going to buy another piece. So It's always there's always a place for every piece. And somebody obviously loved your purple raccoon.
Yeah, well, she said
No,
that
really,
she goes,
it's
it's even better.
such
than
No, that
blue
was-
or not. She said,
Yeah.
I love the purple.
That's it. So that's what I mean. Just because I was like, okay, you need to calm down the purple. Let's quit your purple. You're all over here purple. But you know what? Listen to your own heart. If your heart is telling you, but I want to do purple. Okay, then do purple.
I just felt like.
Legitimize it to me. If you have a reason for doing it, you know, as long as you're following normal painting practices and what we do, I'm good with it. And I'm glad that I liked what was going on that page about your piece, because for those who don't know, Ann just sold another piece the other day.
Well, and where do you sell? Just through the internet?
Okay. There you go. She says, I am finished. All right.
Does anyone need any of these colors?
I don't know. If anybody needs any other colors, you can see.
Do you need some more colors?
Thanks, honey.
I'm all set. I'm over.
It looks good, honey. What, do you have any questions?
Can, if you.
You went really tall with some of your spikes here,
I
girl.
know, but you know what? I have seen a lot of tall spikes.
Okay, then if you're going to legitimize your spikes to me, but this is the way I see it. This is the way I feel the painting. I'm like, how can I argue with that? I love your green fingernails, by the way.
Oh, thank
Those are like nice. Well, see, mine are sort of green because I have blue paint on them, but
you.
it's my manicure.
I just thought I'm
Those are
gonna
really
try
pretty.
something different.
I like that. I love that I can see everybody's are different. I like your bird. Yeah, you know, I mean, if you wanted to, you could bring this up a little bit and cool this down over here, just so you have that. This is a good, see how it's dark behind it? So it just gives you a sense of overlap, but that's on you if you decide you want to do it. I know everybody's probably getting tired at this point. And I think, and then I also lightened up. I did a little bit more in my background just to bring some areas out. And
I'm tired.
I get it. I totally understand that. I like it. It's interesting to me though, all your light values seem very silvery on your lower end.
That,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't like the foreground.
It just seems like you went gray. You lost all your color.
Okay, so
Um,
should it be more warm?
just put some green in it. More green.
Okay.
Just more green, but I like that you have all the values. I like that you did so many different values. That I like. But it just happens that all the values happen to be very, very gray.
Gray.
The bird's feet, you're not done, right?
No, but could you help me a little?
Okay, you just need to put some dark value in it. You know, dark. I used kind of the same colors I did. Oh, your beak is orange. Okay, I went with a cad red and burnt sienna and white color for the beak and the
I did that
legs.
somewhere. I'll do
Was it on the other bird?
No, I did it on here somewhere. But
Okay.
Cat red, burnt sienna,
Mm-hmm.
and white.
That's raw umber.
Oh,
Wow,
I
it's
think
so
this is
high.
your law. I have the weird
That's
burnt
not-
sienna.
Do you?
I remember I have the weird burnt sienna.
Is it?
I'm an insomniac and I literally slept 12
Okay, show me your
hours
burnt
straight
sienna on your
last
tube,
night.
because that's no burnt sienna I've ever seen before in my life. I know that I know that Gamblin has a different burnt sienna, but it's not that color.
It's a big tube.
There's raw
Yep.
ochre, yellow ochre. Hang
So
on.
they need to get some better ventilation.
Wait, you're in this, is this it? Burnt sienna.
Okay, put that down. Yeah, see, it's a lot redder.
Oh, jeez, what was I using?
I don't know, because that's not. I knew that wasn't burnt sienna. There you go.
I've been using the wrong thing all weekend.
Thinking it was burnt sienna. It's amazing how. Let me see your head for a minute.
Thank you.
You're rubbing that titanium white right into your skull. Right, so it gets into your brain faster that way. Okay, so mix those colors together and then add titanium white. It looks like burnt umber, maybe?
Oh, it was burnt something.
Yeah, it's burnt umber. It's okay. And even though I'm mic'd, it probably picked you up.
And a little bit of
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Just to guard you back. He's been with them. It gives me a sense of peace knowing that somebody's.
Nope,
Yeah.
because it's kind of a pinky beak. If you look at the actual picture of the beak, you can use a couple different values of that. Put that in as your legs and your beak, and then put your darker color on top. Your feet shape looks fine, but then you see that you're going to have a lighter on the outside. Yeah. So just go ahead and just zoom in on that, and you should be fine. Yeah. And then do your lighter values on top.
Before everybody goes to that.
Just the color. Yep.
This was yesterday. when you-
Okay. Okay.
Yes, he weighs 15 pounds.
Oh. I need to take. Singer needs to go to the vet
look
and
what-
get his
I was
checkup.
walking the other day, and look what was on the sidewalk.
The possum?
Oh. What happened to its back?
I couldn't tell. Do you think a squirrel could do that?
No, I don't think a squirrel would have done that.
Well, I didn't know.
It makes me sad because I like possums.
I did too, and I got kind of sad.
Possums are amazing animals. Our only marsupial in the United States. And I'm gonna sit down. Where did I do with who needs me? Oh, I didn't get to you, Abby. Did I get to you? Do you have something? Oh yeah, I remember now. Yeah, shorten the spikes up a little bit, thin your brush out. Use a little bit more oil when you're doing the spikes, and load often instead of thinking you could just take one load and keep making them, because that's when they start getting fat. Okay, try to keep a light hand too.
Well, I'll have to tell you.
Here's Nana and her cat Honey the other day when they were looking at that double rainbow.
And look at her cat, he's as interested as she is.
He just wanted to sniff.
Didn't we? We saw double rainbow at the studio. Everybody got pictures of that one. You remember when that was when we were waiting for the tornado or the hurricane to come through, and the sky color just got so weird. And it was on a Wednesday because you and Reese were both there.
Yeah.
And
That's it.
and what was interesting, the picture I got, and Reese was the one who said, "Hey, look, the rainbow ends at Ann's Jeep."
It did.
Did you find any gold or like a pot of gold in your Jeep?
Not yet.
Would you look again? You need to start. Can you kind of keep looking, because we could use some of that.
Yeah, no, but that was a totally cool pic.
How's everybody doing? Is everybody feeling good?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm going to call my piece done, and I'm like, kind of like a cowboy. Like I just did my calf roping, and I'm putting my hands up in the air. Beep. Timer off. Sue's done.
Are we still gonna do the drawing?
Yes, we're going to do the drawing.
Can we still paint?
What are we drawing?
Yeah. Somebody gets to go home with each one of my pieces.
Oh, a draw. Okay. We don't have to draw anything.
Yeah. Yes. I now expect everybody to sit down and give me a drawing. Get out your pencils. It's a test. I need to get a piece of paper. All right, so you know what? I want everybody to remember, look at here. Everybody's got cell phones these days, yeah? If you go in on here, please fill out the survey. I'm going to go ahead and make my public service announcement. Okay? All right, so everybody is sitting at their seat and had this when you came in, on Friday. They want you to, it says Arts and Economic Prosperity 6, okay? Americans for the Arts. This is a survey, and they want you to go online and fill it out. You can use this little QR code right here. And
Who is that? This place down?
well, it's actually they're doing it. This is the arts. This is a bigger picture. This is Americans for the Arts, an important survey of arts and cultural audiences in Greater Kingsport area. So this is given to them because, of course, they're also funded through organizations like this. They want to know how these monies support the arts in this area. So please, please, please
Pump it up.
fill out your survey. Also know that hopefully I have everybody's emails. If I don't, text me your email address. Just text me your email address. I probably already have it, but if I don't, I'll have it when you text it to me. Because
Sell it to Russia.
and we will sell it to Russia. Thank you, Matt. And we will be sending you a survey. And the survey is gonna say, you know, what did you think about the workshop? Where can we improve? What particular subject would you like to see in the next workshop? What did you get, you know, it's one of those kind of things. And those really help me and Matt a lot. We take that information seriously, because that's why we went down to 9x12s, because almost unanimously, everybody at the last workshop was like, please, smaller size paintings. Because I do push you all on 2 pieces. I think 2 pieces are better to manage than 1 big piece. And the reason I think that is because we know that there's always a little dry time that's needed to layer paint. And if you're working on 1 giant piece for 3 days, it gets messy. That's my experience. So that's why I have you guys do 2. And so since 2 seems to be, 2 smaller pieces is much more manageable than 2 larger pieces, there you go.
It was great doing 2, and I think it's good to switch gears.
Yes, I think so
Like,
too.
refocus. and-
Gives your brain a little respite between pieces. So you will be getting a survey as well, and but I need to get like lots of pictures. So like while y'all are working, I'm gonna just take pictures, because that's what I'm gonna do, because that's the promo stuff that I use for the next adventure. But can I assume that everybody's gonna use this one and do their survey online as opposed to the actual written copy?
Is that posted on your,
I don't use scan codes.
Then you can do this way. Then I'm gonna use yours as my way to write everybody's names out for the drawing.
where are we gonna get the QR code? Is it posted somewhere?
It's on that piece of paper that's right in front of your desk. When you walked in, see that little QR code?
Oh, I didn't even,
So these little papers that are here,
okay, so I'll take it.
so that's where I want you all to do the survey.
Okay.
And I am gonna put everybody's names on a piece of paper, because I know everybody's names. This makes, oh, I say I'm gonna do it, but I don't even know if I have a pen. Do I have a pen? It's like I have everything in my purse.
I've got a pencil here, Sue.
If you have a pencil, I have like a million things in my purse. I would be great if I was like Monty Hall had me on Let's Make a Deal. I have a pair of socks. I have an orange that's really old and it's dried up now. I one time even had a hard-boiled egg from Easter in the bottom of my purse. These are the things I probably shouldn't tell people, but these are things that I found in the bottom of my purse. No joke. So.
The stains on her purse come from the inside.
Thanks, Matt. The stains on her purse come from the inside. I love it. I love it. Okay. Let's see what I can come up with. So I'm going to sit down and write everybody's names. Oi. Okay.
You're done? Oh, the feet colors were, apple, burnt sienna, and a little bit of white. Okay. And then, some of that kind of watered down white.
Just fold these up, these little pieces up, and we're going to mix them up and start doing a drawing.
Old.
I know. Everything to be kind of the same size here.
That's not necessarily very rare.
I'm trying to make these so they're all the same size, because you know size matters. All right, here we go. She caught that.
It's not the best, but
Okay. Do you,
What happens when I get tired? I
okay.
Everything gets dirty.
All right, folks. That's gonna get us here. Whee, this makes me excited. I'm mixing them up.
Does everybody feel lucky?
Who's gonna get lucky?
Which one are we drawing for?
We're drawing right now, we're drawing for the, hang on, I'll make sure that none of these are stuck together. Nope.
Maybe
We're-
fold twice over.
Yeah, I've got them folded so that they're all the same size and I can't tell. So I'm just mixing them up. Okay, the first one I'm gonna draw for is the Indigo Bunting. And it is Anne. Anne gets the, yeah! Okay, that's so good. So Anne gets the Indigo Bunting.
Thank you.
And the next one is Paula. You get to go home with the other, the yellow.
Wonderful.
So there we go, folks. Nice.
So sweet of you, Sue.
There you go. So that's good. You get it. You get a painting.
Well, and I don't have an original of yours yet.
Well, now you
So
do.
that's wonderful.
So,
It's
all
my
right,
first
guys.
time
Next
seeing-
time, Jerry got one last time, and Lapika got one last time.
So next time.
It's going to be Joanne, and it could be Reeves. It could be.
Jen.
That's right. It'll happen. It'll happen.
This will be my very first wildlife piece.
There you
And
go.
I have quite a collection, so that's,
Nice.
yeah.
I just like being in someone's collection. I've been lucky. I've been in some pretty good collections, I have to say. It's nice to be in good collections.
I'm gonna start a whole new wall.
There you go. All right, so that's good. I'll have to get, before we leave today, I will get pictures with you guys and your paintings. But in the meantime, I'm gonna walk around and take pictures, like candid shots, because I'm so good at doing candid. Like you'll never even know I'm there. You'll never even know I'm around.
Do you need to keep streaming, or are you good to sign off?
No, just let it go, because people may be, I mean, you know, unless you think we need to stop.
It's up to you.
Because yeah, I mean, if you want to go ahead and stop, we can stop, because then we can play music for the rest of the time.
Okay.
All right, so, folks, if you joined us for the live stream, thank you so very much. Know that this will become a video that you'll be able to access at another time, and you can always leave comments on that as well if you've got questions about anything that's covered in the video. We will be having another workshop coming up in April, so be thinking about if you want to join the fun that we have here. Know that we generally have a good time, don't we?
Yeah.
That we have a fun time. We get some painting, get some good serious painting done. And there's going to be pictures of everybody's work, and it's going to come up in an upcoming video that you'll be able to see just candid shots of everybody. And it's just we have a really good time. Be watching for the next. I'll be able to tell you when it comes out. You know me. I'm always telling you to come join my workshop. Come do this. Come do that. It'll be on a video coming soon. Coming your way very soon. And let's see, what else do I need to say here? Trying to remember. Join look into my Patreon, folks. I've got a Patreon channel. That's where you're going to see the real-time videos. Most of the videos you see on YouTube are your fast-paced time-lapse type videos, but you're going to see my goofy real-time videos, which might mean I'm singing, I'm talking to other people in the room while I paint. Dancing, yeah. Anybody who knows, see, I have to be good. I'm trying to be so good when I'm in here painting with you guys, when I'm live streaming. Usually I'm not so good. So we just have fun. We just have a lot of fun, and that's what makes art amazing, right? So again, thank you so much for joining me, and I will catch you on the next live stream. Bye.